Okay, so let's look at another post on Korea's Eternity microsite. So, character tone correction story. So, the character colors are subtly different from Mabinogi. I transferred the Mabinogi character shader to Unreal Engine as is, but the character colors are different. Even if you test it unlit, the tone is different. So this is all about like the different like color tones and the way like lighting works and stuff like that. Leon Engine versus Unreal Engine Unlit versus Unreal Engine Mabinogi specific shader. So differences between Leon and Unreal Engine. We've looked at 4 of the factors that affect color above. How do the 2 engines provide functionality for each of these 4? Properties of a material such as its reflection, absorption of light are defined by the material or shader in the game engine. For reference, in Unreal Engine, a material that has no effect on light at all is called unlit. And in this case, it always appears as the set color regardless of light. Let's assume this makes no difference since they said they ported the shaders from Leon to Unreal as is. So the remaining elements are lighting that affects directly and indirectly, and the results output by the monitor and the gamma correction or tone correction processing for them. The Unreal Engine that Mabinogi will be ported to has a lighting system called Lumen. Calculates direct and indirect lighting that affects the scene in real time. So here's the comparison results. This is before Lumen and this is after. And you can see the difference, how like this one's darker a little bit and this one looks a little bit brighter. This is a feature that was not present in the older Leon engine. The difference in the lighting system may affect the color. Another difference is that Mabinogi uses gamma correction, while Unreal Engine provides a system called Tone Mapper, which supports gamma correction and other correction methods. Differences in tone correction are also a factor affecting color, so it is important to look at the differences. Differences in troubleshooting of tone correction by Tone Mapper. Unreal Engine supports Tone Mapper as a function called post-processing. Filter effects that we use in cameras can also be considered as this type of post-processing function. In post-process, I was computing color correction instead of gamma correction with a color grade texture like below. The engine default was to use color correction unconditionally, so I modified it so that only gamma correction is calculated without using color correction by adjusting the relevant parameter values. As a result, we were able to confirm that the character was output with the same color as Leon Engine when using the unlit shader. So color comparison after tone correction of Leon Engine versus Unreal Engine Unlit versus Unreal Engine Mabinogi specific shader. And here you can see blinded. So these are the examples. This one's the Pleon Engine one, this one's the Unreal Engine Unlit, and this one's the Unreal Engine Mabinogi specific shader, it looks like. When you match the tone to the character, the background tone changes. So left when the tone is matched to the background, right when the tone is matched to the character. So here you can see the two examples, and you can sort of tell that the tone is a little bit different. If we could distinguish between characters and non-characters at the tone mapper stage that handles tone correction, wouldn't it be possible to make an exception so that only characters are not color corrected? So, character outlines. Character mask information recorded separately when drawing the character outline. And here you can see an example right here. With this character identification mask information, we were able to add the ability to adjust bloom separately for each character, as well as tone map correction. Control character specific tone map parameters. So from left to right we can see this image of Dilly's and how it changes with each tone being adjusted. And then down here we have character specific bloom parameter control, lighting calculation differences, and troubleshooting. Based on the results so far, we have confirmed that when created with the unlit shading model, it appears to have the same color as Pleon. Color comparison after tone correction of Pleon Engine versus Unreal Engine Unlit versus Unreal Engine Mabinogi specific shader. So from left to right we can see blinded again here. However, the character on the right that uses the Mabinogi specific shader still appears with different colors. So yeah, this one doesn't look quite right, it doesn't look like blinded. Why can't we just use unlit? You might think like this. Unlit is a shader that is literally unaffected by lighting. So whether or not the character goes under the shadow of the tree, the fake lighting like above will always be visible. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. So there was a need to normalize the Mabinogi specific shaders to fit Unreal Engine. The goal is to have Mabinogi specific shader like Unlit express the same colors as Pleon, while also reflecting lighting and shadows. First of all, why does it look so dark? So, shadow map comparison. After looking into it, I found out that characters using Mabinogi specific shaders always appear dark because the shaders are implemented to cast shadows. I tried modifying it so that shadows are not always cast, but only when shadows are needed. And you can see the examples of that, here and here. Although it is brighter than the shadow area, the feeling of the area where light is calculated is more realistic than toon-like. Perhaps this is why shadows are always drawn when imported into Unreal Engine. In order to maintain the feeling of toon shading, I recorded the character's shadow color separately, and since it would be a waste to play with buffers not used in toon shading, I changed them to record lighting color and reflected shading results. Before editing, only lighting colors exist, versus after editing, separate the shadow color and lighting color, then synthesize and tune style according to the shade. Shadows and basic lighting calculations are now guaranteed to be computed the same way as in Pleon engine. And here you can see like a character running, and how her shadow vanishes when she runs under the tree, but when she runs out from under the tree, you can see her shadow. So this just gives you an example. Next, when using the Mabinogi specific shader in the Lumen indirect lighting environment provided by Unreal Engine, we confirmed that the indirect lighting calculation results were too excessive and the character colors did not appear properly. So high versus low lumen influence on characters. And they have some examples here. This has been addressed by providing the ability to control lumen influence separately when using Mabinogi specific character shaders. Controlling character specific lumen parameters. So you can see how like the lighting is changing in this picture. And like the hair color and everything like that as they like adjust the settings for that. In this way, we have provided the ability to control background lighting and character lighting separately by providing character-only skylight influence parameters, point light character influence parameters, etc. Whether or not you're using lumens in this way. You can now set character-specific lighting separately from background lighting settings, allowing you to control the character's color tone without it looking too different from the background lighting. In conclusion, so far we have looked at the process of identifying and resolving the cause of the difference in character colors between Pleon and Unreal Engine. And I'm not sure when this post will be coming to the NA Eternity site. We do have 3 more posts coming to the NA Eternity site one on July 17th, one on July 24th, and one on July 31st, but doesn't say which ones are actually going to be posted here. So at some point this post will also be put on the NA Eternity site if you want to check it out. But if you want to read about it now, like I just did, you can go to the Korean website and click on their Eternity site button, and it'll take you here. You can use Google Chrome to translate all this. And it's right down here. Character tone correction story. All the posts about Eternity happen on the Korean Eternity site first. So if you want to read it right away, this is the place you should go. But it should be on the NA site by the end of July anyway. So let's look at another one of the new posts in the Mabinogi Korean Eternity section that just recently came out. I want to go straight to Dumbarton School. So what do you think of the new Dumbarton that was briefly shown at the showcase? As it was a town that I visited often, I think the Militians were also impressed by it, as it had many areas that needed improvement. Starting from the continent of Ulad, there are regions that can be visited at all times, such as the continent of Idia and Belvast, as well as regions that can only be visited during certain events. and then special regions that don't belong to any continent, like Avon. And this area is like at the end of Saga 2. In addition to areas that you, the Militians, can easily access on a regular basis, there are many areas internally. For example, there are areas that are only necessary for special situations such as missions or cutscenes. There are also areas that cannot be entered on a regular basis and can only be entered when carrying out a special quest, such as the mainstream. Due to various limitations in the existing Leon engine, there were cases where similar looking areas were composed of multiple areas. There were also quite a few one-time event-only areas that were no longer used. Therefore, in the process of porting to Unreal, we had to decide which areas were essential and which areas should be improved first. Dunbarton, a representative village where many Militians come and go. The development room also poured out various ideas to improve Dunbarton to make it richer and more convenient. We were able to reorganize various elements, starting with the previously considered inconvenient paths. After several discussions with the planning and art workers, we established the following major criteria. So yeah, they really improved Dunbarton, and you can see that in the showcase. Dunbarton has many convenient facilities centered around the town square, but there are some areas that are inconvenient, such as having to go around in a circle. So like the Dunbarton Magic School at the moment, you have to like go far to the left and go up some steps and enter, or far to the right and go up some steps and enter right now. And there's this big ugly wall right here. Well, that's going to be going away. And so is that little wall right there, right in front of the doors to the Magic School. And this is what it's going to look like in Unreal. So some of those training dummies are gone. There's a big staircase here. So now you can just walk right up. And then the little barrier in the center of that entrance is now gone, so you can just walk right into the Magic School. I think this looks really good. This is a really good update. And then the town office is also going to be improved a lot, so they're going to... Right now, these two boards are like kind of in the center, and there's like a staircase on the left and right side for accessing the town office. But now it looks like they're going to take out those two staircases, move those two boards all the way to the left here, and they're going to just put one big old staircase in the center, so that's great. I checked the traces of all NPCs that were standing in Dunbarton one by one and readjusted the place elements. I will leave it to your imagination to see how many NPCs were stationed in Dunbarton even for a moment. When I checked the location information, it would be difficult to plant a new tree or something in the place where our precious planet is standing. We also paid a lot of attention to areas that could further highlight the symbols or landmarks of Dunbarton Village. So here's the unicorn statue area. And here you can see Town Square. It's a little bit easier to see than it was in the showcase. But they have the symbol of Dunbarton in the center of Town Square now, right here. That's really cool. I think that's a nice touch. As you trade, you can see that the symbol of Dunbarton is a unicorn through the icon. The location of the unicorn square, where enchantments were entrusted long ago and concerts were held, has been moved to the center, and the stone statue has been upgraded. Okay, so this is gonna be like a different statue then. The central square where everyone gathers has also been beautifully engraved with the unicorn symbol, which again you can see right here, that looks very nice. The buildings that play important roles, such as the bell tower and the government office, have also been rebuilt, larger and more splendidly. The small garden and trees in front of the cathedral have also been arranged more beautifully. It would be even more enjoyable to gather with the guild members at this place overlooking the town square below. So yeah, this area looks very nice. In addition to this, the decorations on the stalls of shops placed in the town, the fountains, the vines growing on the buildings, the flowers blooming under walls, even the smallest details were decorated to create a lovely, beautiful Dunbarton. So yeah, these are the changes to Dunbarton in Unreal, and personally I think they did a very good job. This looks very good. It still looks like Dunbarton, and it not only looks better, it is better. They actually fixed some of the flaws with it without drastically changing the way Dunbarton is. So that's very good. Okay, so we'll be looking at another post in the Eternity section on the Korean site called Materials That Exist in Erin. So just like the real world we live in, there are objects and materials with various textures in Erin. Among the various technical supports we are carrying out in this article, I will talk about how materials implemented in the Pleon engine are being refined in the Unreal Engine environment. So entering. As mentioned above, Erin has various textures such as skin, fur, fabric, stone, metal, and fluid. So things in development. It can be broadly divided into materials used for the environment and materials used for characters. Let's first look at materials used for the environment. So, vegetation. There is more to consider with plants than you might think. The color of the leaves and stems, and the degree to which they change depending on the surrounding environment. Shaking handling for physical collisions and optimization using various techniques depending on density all need to be sufficiently prepared in advance. Since Pleon Engine does not support parallel processing, there were limitations in vividly rendering vegetation, but Unreal Engine can utilize technologies such as multi-threading and object instancing, so it is possible to create vivid vegetation communities to draw Erin more richly. So here you can see like some of the examples. So fluid. Fluid substances like water also have various states depending on the environment. These calculations were also not easy in the past specifications, so there was a limit to expressing them using texture animation or sprite sequence. Eternity plans to actively improve these areas. Personally, I am really serious about expressing water more beautifully. So yeah, water is gonna get a lot better. And you can see some pictures of it down here. Translucent object. The Eternities project uses Unreal Engine's deferred rendering method to draw the screen. Deferred rendering allows for high-quality results using various techniques. But drawing translucent or clear objects is still difficult to implement. Of course, in Pleon Engine, it was almost impossible to even try to give texture to translucent objects, but in Eternity, our TAs are struggling today to create translucent texture that suits Mabinogi by mixing real-world reflection characteristics with NPR expressions. So here you can see some translucent bubbles here by the Dumbarton Bank. So dying. In Pleon Engine we used a unique parameter called illumination color that only exists in 3D's Max, a 3D authoring tool for dyeing things. Since this can no longer be used in Unreal Engine due to changes in the 3D file format, we implemented the dyeing function without significantly changing the existing character creation pipeline through a roundabout method using several techniques. So here you can see like a picture of some wings, and these are like ribbon wings. And here we have a fox, so hair. And they're using a fox as an example for that. There are many ways to express fur, but we wanted to draw it only with materials while minimizing modifications to the existing model. In the current Mabinogi, fur is expressed with textures carefully created by artists, but it is not enough to convey the sense of volume. So we are currently developing so that various fur textures can be expressed. Ultimately, we want to give Pan abundant and realistic clothes. And here you can see like what the fox looks like with more realistic fur in the game. So in conclusion, I briefly introduced the main materials under development. I am trying to show you a more wonderful version of Aaron in your imagination. So yeah, this was pretty good. It's interesting to see like how they're redoing like all the textures for like plants and characters and clothing and stuff like that, because and water, because like it is a lot of work. Alright, let's play some Mabinogi today. So, Blast Lancer, Explosive Vanguard, whatever you want to call it, we're gonna get into that today. All I have to do is pass one more dual gun or gunslinger Grandmaster test, and then we can get that to the Grandmaster level. And we are already a Grandmaster Knight, and then we can start working on the Blast Lancer stuff. So, usually I would do Dan tests first, but I am pretty excited to get to Blast Lancer, so let's go to Tara and finish up that last Gunslinger mission. I think after Gunslinger we're going to pursue maybe Mage or Warrior. Those will probably be the next two, because I do want to get ready for Elemental Knight and Dark Diviner especially. Because Dark Diviner is still my favorite Arcana until Blast Lancer or Sacred Guardian changes my mind. Okay, let's get the third mission for Gunslinger, and since I only need to do one, let's see what it is before we decide what to do with it. Martial Arts Competition, yeah, I'm not doing that crap. So let's get a new one. See if the second mission's a better success. Defeat 300 mutant rabbits. That's a lot of mutant rabbits, but okay, that's not difficult. So those are in the nature reserve. That's where we have to go for those. I'll go ahead and use magic for that. I also have to check I'll have to check the wiki, but I think Kana's birthday is tomorrow. I think it's Tuesday. It's Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember which one. I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday though. And I need to give her like an outfit thing so I can win her over. Because you have to befriend like one of the squires over there for like the chain slasher stuff, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. I thought I had a outfit box to give her that I bought. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, okay, it is Monday, so I was wrong. Yeah, Monday was her birthday, so we'll have to give that to Kana today. So yeah, we're gonna work on that later, but first, the Arcana, that comes before anything else. We're gonna try out the explosive Vanguard skills and everything. Look at that crack right there, that's bad. This is why I can't wait for Unreal Engine. Like, this game is so good, it looks so good and unique, but there's just tiny little flaws like that are everywhere that just make it look bad. And of course these plants are in the way. So we'll take out a couple of them too. Yeah, 300, geez, that's a lot. Why are you running this way? I'm clicking over here. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that Sasquatch, keep him over there. Okay, get out of here. There we go. Hey! Rude plant. Actually, these guys might make good targets to use Blaze on now that I think about it. Let's see. Since they can't technically move. I just now thought about that. Alright. Hey! Let's put him to sleep. Oh, okay. We only got a rabbit with that one instead. I think we can take that up. Oh, not quite. Needs a little bit more. Oh, he defeated him, okay. What are you doing? You're not getting anywhere near me. Stay back. Don't interfere. Wait until your turn. Okay, let's get those guys. Like, we don't even have 100 yet. Attack those guys with meteor. These mutant plants are like weeds. They just keep getting in the way. They're pretty useless, but they do a good job. Just like being in the way of everything. Come on. Oh, you failed. Okay, we have over 100 now, so that's good. Let's go in here, there's a bunch of them over there. Yeah, you're not gonna cheat with that stomp crap. Get over here. Even I'm a giant and I don't use that stomp crap for cheating. Again, why are you running this way? I'm clicking out here. But it thinks I want to go beyond that wall or something. Let's use another meteor. We'll use it right there. It looks like there's quite a few rabbits there. There we go. Go on, use Fireball. So motivated earlier. Didn't do it. Okay, we have half the mutant rabbits that we need. Okay, there's a couple of them up here. Yeah, I knew you were coming. There we go. Oh, there's a bunch of them over there. Saint Rats, welcome to the stream. I am doing my last Grandmaster test for Gunslinger, and then after that we can get into Blast Lancer. Only a few more rabbits to go. 300 is a lot of them. Get that one there. That one. Get those ones. Alright, we're done. Oh wait, no we're not. 300. We barely have 200. We have to get 100 more. Jeez. Ooh, fine leather. Well, at least there's something worth coming out here for. Oh good, there's a whole bunch over here. Okay, if we get those guys up there in the group, we're gonna get a lot of those big guys too. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, looks like we ain't getting Yetis that time though, so that's good. Yetis are a big waste of time. Oh, and I guess I need to repair my staff. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Everything's free now, so that's good. Are you looking for like a 2D or a 3D? Because I don't know anything about the 3D stuff. No, actually, one of my best friends made all my art for me, including the PNG tubers that I use. So the program I use to like display it is like called ViatoTube Mini or something like that, and it works pretty good for this sort of thing. Like the one for Xanafiedlion right now is using 2 GIF images, and so that one's like an animated one, sort of, like the ears and tail move a little bit. I could ask my friend if like he's willing to take on extra work or something like that. He's pretty busy these days, but like I could ask him for you if you want, and then if he says it's okay, then I could give you his Discord maybe like tomorrow or later this week. If you want something like done by him specifically. Okay, I'll ask him, but I can't guarantee he'll say yes because he's been going through some trouble and he has a couple other things going on, so I don't know if he'll have the time. But yeah, if he does, maybe we'll get something done. I think he does a pretty good job. Yeah, and if you're looking for something that's like sort of Mabby themed, I mean, none of the art is specifically Mabby themed, but I mean, a lot of it's like Mabinogi inspired. Like I basically just tell him like what I want, and that's mostly for Mabinogi, and then he just does stuff. Yeah, that's good. So we'll go back to Lazaro and Tara. And if you wanted to, like, look for other artists in the Mabinogi community, you could probably ask around in the Mabinogi Discord, too. Like, I know that the game has, like, a very strong community of, like, artists that take on commissions, too, for, like, extra cash and stuff. Honestly, I would go to them if I didn't have, like, a best friend who was, like, an artist already. Like, I would ask around in the Mabinogi community, but just turns out that I'm lucky enough to know someone. There's our last Grandmaster seal. And then, become a Grandmaster. Let's go for Gunslinger. There we go. And now we can do the Blast Lancer stuff. But here, I'll really quick before I get into Blast Lancer, like, here's some of the other work that, like, my friend has done for me. I'll just go through a few of the things. Like, I just have all this in a folder, so... this was one of the earlier images that he did for me. This is, like, my starting soon screen and BRB screen. I use this for a lot of things. So, like, some of these are, like, my panels for Twitch. That's actually not something, that's something I did myself to make, like, a credits panel. He did this one, I did that one. I was messing around with, like, a background remover, because it's pretty cool. He did this one. This is my main avatar for, like, YouTube and stuff. I've used this one for a very long time. I use it on, like, Reddit as well. This one's actually a character I had in an MMO called Spiral Knights, which is still up but kind of dead now. And I really liked the way that character looked, so I just had it turned into my main avatar. Yeah, this is my schedule panel. I love the way this one looks. This is of my character Xanafiedlion, the one before the one I'm playing as now. And then I had some panels made for, like, TikTok, Twitter. I just edited, like, one of the panel images for that one. And this cat is also a, is like a pet from, like, Spiral Knights. And he's just holding a blue crystal. I got the blue crystal idea from, like, FF14. I thought, hey, what if he holds something that's kind of similar to, like, an aetheryte crystal or whatever? So... And I told him that idea, and then he came up with this. Yeah, or a moonstone too, something like that. That's actually, like, my watermark in, like, in my YouTube videos. You'll see that in the bottom right corner there. I think that one, yeah, this one's just the same one, but, like, with different lighting. Like, you can see, like, the crystals lit up here, and then this one's just, like, another one where the crystal's not, like, lit up. So, there are actually two for that. Oh, right, I did edit a couple of those. This is the thumbnail I use for all my Xanafiedlion streams. This is a pretty funny image that this I got the idea from One Piece. It's like I saw like the face that like Odin makes when he's annoyed, and like Wano and like some of the other characters. I'm like, hey dude, make this for my Xanafiedlion character. Like give him like one of those annoyed faces like from One Piece. Yeah, he actually had a lot of fun making that. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. He even showed that to like his wife or whatever, and she got a laugh out of it too. I paid him like $20 to do this one. And I resized it for a few things. I am a big One Piece fan. Like, I'm mostly caught up in the anime. I'm a few episodes behind, but that's kind of on purpose. I kind of wait until One Piece has like 5 or more episodes out before I watch any of it, because it's hard to find like a stopping point in One Piece. Like, all the episodes end on a cliffhanger most of the time, so I don't like to watch them like every episode at a time. Here's like a basic sketch of the Egyptian cat that I use, like before it was finished. So this is like the unfinished version of it. This one's actually not done yet. This is going to be like a background that I'm going to use for a lot of stuff later. It's not 100% finished. But it still looks pretty cool, so I'm looking forward to seeing the finished version of this. And this is like a unfinished sketch of like, this is going to be like a new BRB screen that I'm going to, that we're going to get done. So we're thinking about like adding like an Egyptian city in like the view or something that he'll be looking at and stuff like that. It's gonna be pretty cool. This is an early sketch for the model that I'm using. This is another like just before it was like finished. You can see the resemblance there a little bit. That was a screenshot I took that I used for like Twitch or whatever. That was just something I took. Okay, this is a YouTube panel that he did. And yeah, I think that's about it. Other than like the old Xanafied Neko model. Yeah, just to give you like an idea of what to expect, like if he does have the time and you do end up going with him. Yeah, Xanafied Neko was pretty basic. Are you looking for something like closer to what Xanafied Neko looks like, or like closer to like what Xanafiedlion looks like? Xanafied Neko was made like 3 or 4 years ago, so his art has improved a lot since then. And like I have different images, like if I want Xanafied Neko on the left or right side of the screen, but yeah, there's this model. This was the one I was using for a very long time until I switched. Yeah, and Neko also has like a little bit of backstory and his like lists of likes and dislikes. So here's his actual file. So if I pull up the program, I use ViatoTube Mini. It works pretty good for PNG tuber art, and then you just have your like scenes and stuff. And then I can like switch to the cat when I'm like on a different screen and not playing Mabby and stuff, so. I just keep it like that and he appears. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'll talk to him, and yeah, we can talk about like the possibility of figuring out something like that. So, promising Arcana candidates. So now that I have, like, the Grandmaster for both Knight and Gunslinger, I should be able to explore this. Now we get the quest. I think that's going to go to the Arcana tab. Yeah, here we go. Between Dog and Wolf. Alright, and then... Explosive Vanguard, complete the acquisition quest. Okay, so... Complete between Dog and Wolf. Gotta find a candidate. Talk to a sailor in the Belvast pub, okay. Wait, which game is dying? Mabinogi's not dying yet. We're more alive than ever. I've heard a lot about Pokemon Unite. I've never actually tried it. Blue Candy, welcome to the stream. Working on the new Arcana Explosive Vanguard today. I haven't really played a good Pokemon game though since like Sword and Shield, honestly. I did play like Scarlet and Violet a little bit, but I didn't really like it that much. Oh, okay, so sort of like a starter MOBA game, but with like a Pokemon theme. I probably wouldn't like it then. I'm not really a big League person. So which one of these sailors do I talk to? Maybe it's not one of these guys, I have no idea. Oh, this guy knows. Okay, so it is one of these three. Let me talk to Barry. This pub is pretty cool. It's too bad I don't come here too often. Like, I like the design of the pubs in these games, like the one outside of Vales. The one in Port Cobb looks pretty cool. General shop. Busy in a Mabinogi stream? Nah, there's never anything going on in this game. Nothing too major. Where's the new guy? Gotta find the new character. Let's see. Oh, there he is. So he's kind of near the bank, it looks like. That sounds about right for the West Coast. Like, most of the time in the summer around here, it's like 70s and sometimes like 80. Oh, so he's way over here, okay. Then I guess we're going back to the association room because the Arcana candidate doesn't want to talk. Hey, nothing wrong with lurking. I'm completely the same way, like, it's... Like, I never know how to initiate, like, a conversation unless I know, like, the person a little bit. Thank you. I have a friend who did all my art for me, including the, art for my model. Oh cool, this is like an RP thing. Alright. What do I have? What do I use? Recharge shells? Oh, I see, so that's like my shell gauge. And then, let's try out some of these. Oops. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. Nice. What's the orange gauge? Oh, there's one more left. So let's try F3 this time. Nice. That was kind of what I was expecting from that. Nice. I think that'll be great if we have more people streaming Mabinogi. It really does need more attention, so... Hopefully it'll be at a time that I can... Actually, on the weekend, I would definitely have time. I'll check out your stream. I don't stream on the weekends, so I could definitely check it out if you're streaming on Saturdays and Sundays. Whoa, what happened to the ground? Look at that, that's all messed up. That's weird. Okay, so what do we do next? Talk to the mysterious man. Yeah, this is one of those glitches that's more cool than annoying. The benches and some of the fences floating in midair. Let's go ahead and put this down here, and then let's pop our map back up. I mean, I'm just an average guy just playing Mabinogi, you know, like whatever. I'm pretty chill when I play Mabinogi. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd just be doing this, you know, just, you know, without the talking as much. I mean, if If I was gonna be more hyped up and like more aggressive and angry, that would probably be when I play the new Dying Light game or Contraband Police. But other than that, like I'm pretty calm, like with Mabinogi or whatever. Might be a little bit more high energy for like a zombie killing game or something. Like, yeah, once in a while, if like an enemy's annoying me or something, I'll maybe have like 5 or 10 seconds where I get annoyed in Mabinogi, right? Like, that happens, but like, other than that, I just take this game like really slow and chill-like. But no, for the most part, I'm just a very like neutral person. Like, even in real life, like in school and stuff, I never really picked fights or whatever. I had mostly the same laid-back attitude that I have now. Okay, use the mana bullet. Where's that at in my inventory? Yeah. Let's go ahead and use that. Yeah, like, it's mostly zombie games and like racing games that like get me really worked up, where I'll actually like let loose a little bit more, go into a little bit of a rage, but even then not that much, you know, just like a little bit more. Because it's like, to me, you can't have that kind of like calm energy when you're like slaying zombies, right? It's like, nah, that's gonna get you killed, so it's like you have to have a different mentality for that. Yeah, I'll probably do more stuff like that around October too, just to get into like the spooky part of it. Like, I've been thinking about like maybe replaying the Walking Dead Telltale games again. I've played through those like once or twice already. I might do that again in like October, just on top of Mabinogi, just to kind of get into the spirit of things. Socials are important. To be completely honest, I don't really use like Twitter or Blue Sky that much, but I mostly just have accounts there because it's like everyone else does, you know, so whatever. If it gets more views, so be it. Hey look, the landscape fixed itself, that's nice. Kinda miss it the way it was before, all broken like that. I'll be sure to take a look at that Discord stuff that you have, Saint Rats, like after I'm done, because that way I can like contact you through there after I talk to my friend about the art thing. Okay, it looks like we're nearly done with the story for this guy. Let's see. I think I heard them say that this Arcana Talon candidate and the other one, like, they're not even gonna be in the room all the time. They like leave and come back. Yeah, I'm trying to get into using Discord more these days. Like, it's actually been mostly this year that I've started actually using Discord more. Before, I just sort of had an account there that I only logged into once every month or so, but I'm trying to be more involved with it because it's like everyone else is there, so gotta go where the people are. Alright, that's all done. What's up with the 6th quest anyway? Large gem. Okay, yeah, we can do that at some point. Complete linked quests, alright. But now I should have skills, right? Or no? Not yet. Where do I get these linked quest thingies? Grandmaster's Path, that's done. Somehow I completed a daily gathering or something a few days ago. About Arcana talents. I think I just need to unlock one of the links for Explosive Vanguard. I got enough crests, so that should be easy enough to do. Let's see, we got a lot of thread. We could forge a lot of that stuff. I can't do that many. How much do I got? Like a little over a mil? Okay. Style that down to... Let's do that. Let's do 107. Use up practically all my gold, but that's fine. Oh, and I actually have to level up the thing a little bit. Okay, so we'll come back for this. This is gonna level up naturally as I like level it up. As I level up, this will get points too. So I guess we'll worry about that stuff a little later. let's go ahead and fetch the next two Grandmaster quests now. I think we're going to start... Well, actually, I can only do one more Grandmaster quest today, but we're going to start working on... Do I want to do Mage or Warrior first? I want to pursue Dark Diviner as soon as possible, so I'm going to do the... I'm going to start working on my Grandmaster Mage, I think. First mission for Mage. It's probably gonna be just a shadow mission thing. Okay, yeah, one player shadow mission, that's easy. Let's switch armor real quick. Yeah, so far Dark Diviner is my favorite Arcana. I personally just like the way it feels. I am very curious how Explosive Vanguard's gonna feel, but Dark Diviner is a lot of fun in my opinion. And let's go ahead and equip our Sword and Shield for now. Since this is a single-player Grandmaster mission, it'll be pretty easy. Yeah, he's looking for an artist, and I have someone that I might recommend if he has the time, but that's what the whole art thing was about. Let's start out with some deadly final strike hits. Zoom out just a little bit more. There we go. And like what I did when I had my artists create art for me, like for the PNG tubers specifically, before I created the Mabinogi characters, I just dressed up my old characters the way I wanted the next character to look. So like, I had another giant that I dressed up like Xanafiedlion, I took screenshots, and then I like showed him the screenshots, and then he like worked with it to create the PNG tuber that I have now. Go ahead and get her with that. Then we're gonna switch to Mage. Hey, it's not very nice. There we go. Yeah, I can show off the art that I'm not really looking for like an artist, but I have no problem showing off like what my artist did again. I showed it off a little earlier. Let me just finish up this Grandmaster thing real quick. There we go, we got the seal on that. Give me a second. Well, I'll just give like a rundown of like some of the art anyway, since I'm already here. But yeah, these are a few of the things. I did that one myself. I did that one myself. The rest of them are pretty much done by my artist. That one's a screenshot that I did. So yeah, that's just like some of the art that I use for my channels and panels and stuff. Got a whole folder of stuff that I use. And I need to level up, so let's reset our level to 1. There we go, that's good. Pull that off, pull that off. Oh, a little bit of lag. Wonder if all the, How full are we today? Been a high population since the Arcana came out. Oh, okay, today's not too bad. We got 1 full channel and 9 busy ones. So yeah, the activity is starting to die down a little bit. No, I really haven't had the need to. Like, I've just been relying on this one guy to do art for me that I'm friends with. I would consider going to the Mabinogi art community to find like another artist if I ever need to, but so far it's been working out just talking to my friend that does art for me. I like the style of art that he does, and he just does it as like an extra job to make a little money on the side, and I'm, you know, happy to help a friend out. Because he could definitely use the extra business for like art, which is why I'm happy to recommend Saint Rats to him, but I also know that he doesn't have like a lot of time these days, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to or not. Yeah, but very nice guy, easy to work with. Like, actually we're a lot alike, so... I mean, like, it's almost impossible to make him angry, too. So I guess I could do Dan tests next. What are the shadow missions today? Do I want to do those today? I don't know if I'm going to want to do them. Sometimes I just don't do shadow missions just because I don't like the shadow mission. Offering. And I don't like Champion of the Shadow Realm. I'm not going to do that one today. I'll do Offering. Yeah, why not? We'll do Offering today. I'll use Ninja for that. Offering's not that bad. Yeah, most of my streams are just pretty chill Mabinogi content. Like, we don't do anything too big here. Yeah, if there's like a new update or a new event, we check that out, but aside from that, it's just very casual play, very laid-back stuff. Because I feel like this game doesn't get enough attention, and like I want to do everything I can to just kind of show what this game is about and help draw more attention to it. Yeah, we'll do it on hard mode, that's fine. I'll pay a little bit more gold. And then let's put this up here. And please Pan to pick up some gold for us. Oh yeah, and 7 is ninja skills. So one reason I picked ninja for this is because of Shadow Bind. It restrains the enemies and prevents them from flying out of the circle. I basically need to knock them into the circle and sacrifice them. So ninja's pretty easy for that. Like we have them restrained here. And then most of them like died in the circle. And we can just push that guy in a little bit. There we go. Go out a little bit further. That guy needs to be a little bit closer to the edge there. There. Got that guy in there. Didn't get that guy in there, but that's fine. Don't have to get all of them, just most of them. Ooh, arrows. I'm not gonna bother getting him into the circle, that's alright. Let's go back into the center here. And wait. Ooh, I think he landed just a little bit outside. Oh, that one went completely flying in the wrong direction. Come on. There we go. See, and the circle's shrinking because I'm sacrificing them. We almost have enough. A little bit more this way. There we go. Oh, and I should use a shadow crystal too. Ah, crap, you went flying in the wrong direction. Okay, we got her in there. I don't know if he went flying in far enough. Ooh, none of those guys are far enough in. I'm gonna have to wait for that to wear off. Sometimes it doesn't always work out with Shadow Bind. Hey! Okay, let's use this to keep a low cover. Whoops. Didn't mean to cancel that so soon. That one. Okay, boss time. And done. So we got one shadow mission done today. Alright, now let's get to the fun stuff, the Dan tests. What kind of annoying Dan test am I going to try to pass today? So I'm thinking maybe a battle astrologer skill. Should I try and get Meridian Sweep to, yeah, I think that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and get this one to Dan 3. Did I already pass one of the... No, I didn't. Okay. So yeah, we'll need to get an SS rank twice. I wonder if I'll be able to do that. But we're going to try. So I think we're going to need 12k points to pass the Dan test to get an SS rank. That's what I need minimum to actually pass. I need to do that 2 times to rank it up. How much gold do I have? I spent a lot of it on that. Okay, we have 116. And it's going to cost 30k per test, so we got enough for a little bit. Spent a lot in the Arcana Association room. Oh, how much did my... I've leveled up like 59 times. How much did my Blast Lancer thing go up? Level 2. I think it said I need to be level 10 before I can, like, get the first thing done, so... a little bit more. Dan tests are either really, really easy or really, really annoying. There's... like, some of them are almost effortless to do, and some of them just make you want to rip out your hair. Like, Thunder is a good example. All the Dan tests for Thunder, Dan 1, 2, and 3, are, like, for the most part, fairly easy, very low effort, not really a lot of annoyance. Maybe once or twice you'll get the enemies kind of, you know, being a little annoying, but for the most part it's fairly easy to do. But, like, something like Astral Reeve, that's a pain in the butt to get to Dan 3. Alright, let's set things up. So we do have potions here. If I recall right, some of the enemies poison you, so I'll equip some of those health potions just to be on the safe side. Let's move crap around, and all we're really gonna need is the skill that we're gonna be using. And I also like to have Crisis Escape on there. Luckily you can use this in most Dan tests, and it's pretty effective for getting the enemies off of you when you need to. So I tend to equip it. There's like maybe 1 or 2 Dan tests where you can't use it, but it's pretty rare. Alright, let's go. Let's get it done. Let's go this way. Ooh, like that snake's onto me. I'm pretty sure he can poison me. And the archers can poison me with their arrows, which is really nice. Okay, more are gonna appear. I want to take out these blue servants fairly quickly because they can use thunder. And if they get you with thunder, that can actually knock you down for like 3 seconds or so, and that's valuable time in the dead test. So let's aim for these guys first, just get them out of here. And then he's gonna come after me, that's great. We'll get both those guys at once. Ooh, you too? Wow, alright. Ooh, and that's why I take down the servants right away, because he got me with thunder. That was bad. Didn't do much damage though, that's nice. That's not really the damage I'm concerned about, it's the time it wastes when he hits me with it. What the? We ran on this. It's like a rubber banded me backwards or something. Oh well. Let's see if we can get both those guys. Nice. So far I think we're doing pretty good in this one. Nice. I was gonna fire before I could get him. I'm not too worried about it when they use, like, lightning bolt. That's not the concerning one. The concerning one is when they do that, thunder, and that's why I have Crisis Escape. Well, a big part of the reason. Let's get these two next. There we go. I think there's... isn't there one more servant? No, I got them all? Good. Might be a little bit too slow on this one though, we don't know yet. Caught that one's attention, so we'll get him first. I'd like to get those two at the same time. There we go. Hey! Oh, that's crap. There we go. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it this time. Earned almost 10,000 points. And not quite good enough. We probably lost about 15 to 20 seconds from like enemy attacks and inconveniences. Alright, let's go again. Try a few more times before I do another one. Again, same setup, we just mostly need the, I didn't really use the potions, so I don't think I'll click those this time. But we mostly just need the skill and, Crisis Escape. Okay, here we go again. I need to get more of the enemies when they're grouped up instead of one at a time. But that's kind of hard to do sometimes. Sometimes it just depends on where they end up being. Can't control their position all the time. Like there's nothing I can do about these guys being separated out. Yeah, at least that's right near the circle, so that's good. Nope. Wish they would stay closer together. Okay, we got those three at once. Where's the thing? Way over here, unfortunately. Okay, this one's over here. I don't need to be too much faster, I just need to be a little bit faster at, like, slaying them all. Over here. Okay, then back. Like now we're doing pretty good in my opinion. We got like... I wish I would have gotten that snake too. Now I have a much better chance of passing though. Because we have like a minute and a half left. Hey! Jeez. Come on. Okay, ow! These guys are really annoying. I also have to be careful not to die. I'm not getting too close to the windmill one. There we go. Okay, we have a little over half a minute to get the rest of our points. Ow, ow. Yep, I'm poisoned. Jeez. If I get hit by something, I'm pretty much gonna die. So, if that happens, I'll lose too much points and we won't pass. We had such good luck in the beginning, but now we're kinda... I stepped on that. Wish this was a little bit more responsive. Yeah, we're about 700 points short. We came close, but we had bad luck in the second half of it. That's too bad. Oh well. Happens. That was pretty close though. If we had a little bit better luck in the second half, it would have been enough. How much gold do I have left? I have enough for one more, and then I can get some from the bank. Let's go again. I'm not ready to give up yet. Done this pain in the butt test before, I can do it again. Like, I passed all this stuff on Xanafiedlion in the past. So I know I can do it, it's just annoying to do it. Oh, we gotta switch up the music in a second, but I'm focused on den testing. There we go. That's gonna cost me some time. Oh well, this can be more of a practice run. Yeah, forget this, let's just redo it. Bank. Nice to have remote bank access. And... actually, how many venture seals do I have? Okay, because I'm gonna buy fine leather later. Got 26. So let's take out 100k, I think. That'll be good for now. If we take out 100k, that's enough for 4 tests, I think, at Dan 3, 30k each. I mean, most of that's just from, like, selling pets and stuff, like typically if I wanna buy, like, if I aim for, like, gacha items and stuff like that, I usually buy them from the auction house, and I usually get gold for the auction house. Like, I mostly play pet gachas because they're, like, the most fair. Like, with a pet gacha, you're actually guaranteed to get, like, a good deal. And then you can just sell, like, the pets that you don't want. Yeah, and I did that recently because, like, well, the last non-pet gacha I played was the free run one because they had, like, that crossover event. There's usually 2 things that'll get me to spend money on gacha. And that's like October, Halloween. I love the holiday, so I'll usually play the Halloween gacha, and if there's an anime crossover thing, I'll absolutely play that. But other than that, I tend to avoid most gacha unless they're pet related, and I need the gold. And I also sell things like fine leather and old event items and stuff like that I don't want for like extra gold too. Alright, let's go. Let's get all these guys in one shot. Ooh, nice, I got those guys back there too. I wasn't expecting on getting those two. Ooh, you took too long to fire your arrow there. The poison effect is kind of annoying, but work around it. Ow! There we go. Let's go over here. Not having good luck this round. Okay, yeah, forget this one. If I die, then I'm gonna lose points to my revive, so we'll just start over. Sometimes you just have bad luck where, like, the enemies are just, like, being extra annoying. This happens. Not a big deal. I think I will start equipping potions. The thing that's kind of silly about Mabinogi is, like, enemies that poison you are actually really effective. You'll find them in some advanced dungeons, but you won't find them in, like, you won't find many enemies in veteran dungeons that do a lot of, like, serious poisoning. And you also, like, if you play an Elite Shadow mission, and you get poisoned by one of those Cerberus statues or whatever, they're not really, the poison from them is not really that effective at all. It barely does anything, even on Elite. So poison becomes kind of irrelevant in like later game content, and like mid-game content, it's really effective, which I think is like kind of crap. Like why did they stop using such an effective method? Like poison is actually really, really good. They should be using that in, like, veteran dungeons more and stuff to weaken players. Because you can see how much of a chunk it takes, like, out of my health and stuff. Alright, here we go again. Ooh, nice, we got a lot of them that time. Oh wait, he's too far away. Oh wait, no, I got him. I wasn't expecting to, I was out of range. I shouldn't have got him. Got lucky with that one. Let's do that. There, we got him. I'm caught up with the One Piece anime, not the manga. Actually, recently I did start reading the One Piece manga because, like, it's the one area of One Piece that I've barely explored at all. And by that I mean, like, I've read, like, a couple of the One Piece chapters in, like, the big shonen manga in the past when I was, like, in high school. But I never really committed to it from, like, start to finish until recently. So, yeah, I do read the One Piece manga, and I'm in the middle of the Alabasta arc right now for the manga. But admittingly, I'm going pretty slow through that because I don't want to get caught up. So, like, I'm going through that way slower than I could. I could go, like, 5 times faster on that if I wanted to. Yeah, so I'm like reading a chapter of One Piece every, like, 2 or 3 weeks. Well, actually, no, I usually read maybe 2 or 3 chapters at a time, but, like, I only read it, like, maybe once, twice a month. Because, I know the story, you know, more or less from the anime, right? So it's like, I'm in no rush. There's only slight differences between the manga and the anime, so I don't feel the need to rush it. Ow. Okay, they're really being a pain in the butt this time. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo this one. They're really spamming thunder on me. Yeah, as far as I know, last I checked, like, the manga is still, like, in the Elbaf arc, so, like, I'm aware of, like, in general where the manga is at, but, like, I haven't read, like, the manga up to date. I have the first 90 volumes, and another reason I'm taking it slow is because I like to buy the box sets, because they save money, so I'm waiting for, like, the 5th box set to come out, and I don't want to... I feel like if I'm caught up, then I'll be more tempted to buy the volumes one at a time rather than the box sets. So it's like I'm purposely staying way far behind on the manga on purpose. So I think they're like on 112, 113 with the manga, but like I'm in no rush. I think they're close to the next one. Yeah. So it's like, and I've seen the live action too. I like the live action. I mean, I think the One Piece live action is the most successful anime adaptation to live action so far. I'm looking forward to, like, season 2 of that. I mean, like, you can have your opinions on, like, whether or not the live action's good or bad, but, like, admittingly, it looks way better than, like, Dragon Ball Z live action or Death Note live action or any crap like that, you know? So, I mean, it's better. At least I think it's a step in the right direction, even if you don't like it. I'll do a lore drop. So like, the reason why I call myself the Neko Sage of Eren, I only call myself that on Twitter and Blue Sky, I think. So this is really, really stupid lore, just so you know. So, on my old character, my non-streaming character, I always put the Neko Sage as like my character description on Mabinogi. The Neko Sage is sort of a joke. And that was actually because I am a huge Naruto fan, and I'm also a huge fan of Jiraiya's character. So I'm like, oh wait a minute, Jiraiya is a Toad Sage. I kind of like his personality and his character. I'm gonna call myself the Neko Sage just for fun. And there it is. So yeah, it's really stupid Xanafied cat lore, but I've been... My other character that I don't stream with for like 9 or 10 years has had that the Neko Sage put on the end of their name. And that's where that comes from, since you always like call me that, like the Neko Sage or the Cat Sage. Like, yeah, that's where that nickname comes from. But yeah, it's like I want to be like a sage of all things, like cats and stuff in Mabinogi. I want to be like, I kind of want to be like Jiraiya, you know? I don't want to be your hero. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be the one that everyone depends on to save the world. I just want to be a regular guy that does what I like and, you know, whatever, just stand out a little, that's all. But like, there it is. So yeah, when I started making content, I thought like that'll be a cool message to put out when I go live on Twitch and people get notified, and I'll put that on Blue Sky and Twitter too. You know, why not? Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, Jiraiya is probably not the best role model in the same way that like in the same way that Master Roshi isn't the best role model, right? Like, you know, but when I was a teenager, you know, Jiraiya and Roshi, they were still funny characters, and like, yeah, being a Toad Sage was like so cool, but I'm like, no, I'm more of a cat person, so I'll be the Neko Sage. How much gold we got? We got enough for 2 more tests. I'm gonna keep crying. Oh yeah, the lore goes pretty deep. That's also how I explain, like, the, I've written, like, backstories for all my characters, so, like, that's also how I explain how they have, like, cat ears and a tail, is, like, I've sort of, like, taken a page from Naruto, where it's, like, they trained to become, like, Neko Sages, and, like, get ears and a tail, in a similar way to, like, the Toad Sage training. I've written that kind of into their lore. It's like, why don't they have, like, this in the world of Naruto, but for cats? They have snake sages, they have the slug sage, Tsunade, and, like, toads and all that. Yeah, they had some interesting animals in Naruto. I also like Guy Sensei's tortoise, the giant tortoise that he appears on. I also like tortoises and turtles. I think they're awesome. And I also like owls. I do like Kakashi's dogs, but I'm not really a dog person. Like, if I'm being completely honest, like, dogs don't really do it for me. They're way more high maintenance than cats. I've had a few dogs in my life, I'm okay with them, but like, they're not my favorite. I mean, one of my most unpleasant memories as a kid was how it would be my responsibility to go into the backyard and pick up dog crap, and I did that with, well, I didn't have to like actually touch it with my hands or anything. My dad basically like duct taped a wooden stick to like a small tin coffee can, and then I used like a wooden stick to like scoop it up into there, and then there was like a place you could take it. But yeah, I never really liked having to like pick up after a dog. If I'm being completely real, I prefer cleaning cat boxes over cleaning up after a dog. I don't like both, but I just like picking up after a dog more. Like with a cat, at least it's a little bit more controlled and it's like a little bit cleaner, right? Like, you know, a cat's a little bit more sophisticated. A litter box is essentially their toilet. So that's what I appreciate about cats is like they're a little bit more elegant. They know how to take care of themselves, you know, for the most part. There's very little that you really need to do for a cat. Like they're a very clean type of animal in general. Oh crap, I used that way too early. That's okay. Hope that one shot doesn't cost me the 10 test. Oh yeah, cats smell nice too. That is true. I mean, I know where their tongues have been. I know where, you know, I know what they do, so they aren't as clean as they look. But yeah, they do present themselves in a very clean way, which is appreciative. Another thing is, I actually have 2 gerbils too, and you know, that may seem kind of weird, a cat lover having like a rodent, because it's like the natural enemy. Like I'm the natural enemy of a gerbil, right? If I identify as a cat. But gerbils are my favorite kind of rodent. They're the most clean. And surprisingly, I think gerbils are basically the rodent version of cats. They're very clean creatures. They mostly take care of themselves like cats do. They can be trained to use a sandbox, which is essentially just a litter box to them. Like, when you really look at it, aside from being a rodent, there isn't that much of a difference between the 2 species. Another reason I use them is because they're very good at chewing up cardboard, so they deal with a lot of my recycling for me. I don't like rats. They kind of smell. They make more of a mess. Like, their bedding really stinks. They really stink. You know, like rats and mice and stuff like that. I do like ferrets, though. Ferrets are cool. So when I was like in middle school through high school, basically, there was like a cool animal class that had like a bunch of different animals in it. So I was fortunate enough to get to learn a lot more about gerbils and other types of rodents and turtles and stuff that way. And yeah, they had ferrets. I love them. I think it was so cool because, like, I could spend my lunch breaks in that animal classroom if I wanted to. The teacher didn't mind, so I would go to the vending machine and get, like, a Mountain Dew or something, and then I'd bring it with me into the class, and then, like, I would just, like, pull out one of the ferrets, and I would watch them, like, dance around the Mountain Dew bottle. They would worship it like it was, like, a god or something. They were just like, what is this? We like this. It was so cool. Yeah, so that's how I actually got to learn like a lot about animals. There was like the teacher had a dog that was like her personal dog, and there was a pet snake there. We had a couple of different types of like lizards and stuff. So yeah, that was some fun times. Yeah, that was what I did. Like when I went to school, I would show up like about 15 minutes before I had class. So I would always go to the vending machines, and like I would get like a Mountain Dew Livewire from the vending machine. That was like the highlight of my day. And then if I didn't often eat lunch at school, I mostly played on my Game Boy, or just, you know, spent lunch in the animal room, one of the two. And then like if I ever wanted to eat something, I would just get like something small from the vending machine usually. I didn't eat like a lot at school. No, I didn't have school lunch that much when I was a kid, honestly. I knew about the square pizza thing. I think I had it maybe like once or twice, but other than that, most school lunches were pretty gross, honestly. That was probably like the best one. Yeah, I mean, through the 6th grade, like, I brought my lunch most of the time. And then, like, middle school through high school, I just didn't bother because I was just like, I will eat when I get home. And if I need something, I'll just go to the vending machines. It's not a big deal. What do I get from vending machines? Like, they had like Starbursts, they had Twix, and then they also had like those Grandma's peanut butter cookies. Those were good. I usually got stuff like that from the vending machines, and then usually just a Livewire Mountain Dew, and then like maybe original sometimes. They only had like 2 types, Livewire and original there. So yeah, stuff like that basically. I guess I had Dr. Pepper at the vending machines too, but honestly, I didn't really start drinking a lot of Dr. Pepper until my 20s. I came to appreciate that soda a little bit more as an alternative, like in my later years. You know, they also have cups that you can put in the freezer, like plastic cups that have like special gel pads on like the inside that like freeze so they can keep your drink cold longer. I bought 2 of those. Yeah, it prevents the dilution. Yeah, I bought 2 of those once, like a big mug one and a cup-shaped one, that were pretty effective for like keeping drinks cold. And then like I don't know, I feel like Safeway always sells some pretty interesting, like, cooking items. I got plastic ice cubes from Safeway, like, one time, that you can, like, put in your drinks and stuff. So yeah, there are ways around, like, the dilution and whatever. I remember in school, it was, like, really hard to get hot water because, like, I never really ate, like, ramen at school because they didn't want you to, like, microwave the styrofoam cups in the microwave because, like, whatever, because they were, like, styrofoam or whatever, and, like, that's, like, slightly bad for you or whatever. But then, like, when I finished up school and when I was, like, in my early 20s, I found out, like, they make these instant ramen noodles that come in cups that are, like, microwave safe. I'm like, geez, why didn't they have these things 5 or 10 years ago when I was still going to school? This would have been awesome. Like, you tell me I could have been eating ramen at school all this time? Wonder what the year those were invented. Futuristic. The way I make ramen out of like the plastic packaging, the stuff that takes longer, is I actually I boil water in an electric kettle. So I got like an electric kettle thing, and I use it to like boil the water for my ramen. And then I just put like the big square of the ramen in like a big bowl that I typically use for ramen, and then I just when the water is done, I just pour it all over the ramen, and then like I wait about 5 minutes, and then the noodles just naturally loosen up and get into the bowl and the water. Then I add the flavor packet, stir it up, just see it right there. Just make it all in the bowl, pretty much. It works pretty well. I love using electric kettle. It's so convenient for like making both types of ramen. When I bought that electric kettle, I thought, oh god, did I waste my money on this stupid thing? What am I going to use this for? And now it's my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, try making ramen that way. It might work out for you. Although one time I did find a dead fly in the water of the electric kettle once, so there's a good chance that, you know, some of the fly got into one of the ramens without me knowing. That was fun. I'm like, hey, a fly got boiled alive. I mean, sure, it's a little gross, but heck, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, right? You know? Can't go your whole life avoiding a little bit of extra fly protein, right? You gotta have something in there to build up an immune system. And they say eating fried worms is kind of like eating bacon, right? Like, that's one thing I had to do when I was a kid. I had to read that book, How to Eat Fried Worms, like when I was in the 5th grade. Like, there was some dumb book about that. And they made us read some stupid books in school. I actually think, like, I blame schools for why, like, why I wasn't that interested in reading as a kid, because most of the books sucked, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I didn't really start enjoying, like, for the most part, I mostly read, like, the text in, like, video games and stuff until I was basically, like, 15, 16 years old. And then I got more and more into reading, but, like, it was less books and, like, more just stuff online. And, like, video game text and things, right? So, like, I didn't really get super into reading until my 20s. And I blame the school system for that, for, like, books. Because, like, what, you want me to read The Boxcar Children or How to Eat Fried Worms or some dumb book about something that I don't care about? Like, this isn't interesting at all. I mean, except for history. I get it with history because, like, in history you're actually supposed to read about past events and learn from history so you don't repeat it, right? Like, I get that, but, like, if it's for, like, a reading class or a literature class, then give the kids, like, a wider variety of books to pick from. There's really no reason to, like, make a kid read some stupid book that they don't want to read, like... Just let them pick something on their own. Yeah, so that's how I feel about like reading and stuff. But as for like learning how to read, I think like the Pokemon games for the Game Boy Color taught me how to read. Gotta love Fly Ramen. Okay, well the luck isn't with us with Meridian Sweep today, so we're gonna take let's do Astral Reeve Dan 1. That can't be too bad. Dan 3 for Astral Reeve sucks, but Dan 1 should be pretty easy. Gotta do something a little different. Is that on 1? Because that's where I'm gonna use it. I think so. Get all this crap off of here. We don't need anything other than the skill itself. And our little escape tactic. I mean, I've heard about him, I've heard about a little bit of his work, but like I've never really got too far into it, so I don't really have an opinion on him. So this is mostly just gonna be spamming Astral Reeve. Ow. Get this one out of here first. The servants are a big threat because they can use thunder. I mean, the internet isn't what it used to be. Like, I think the internet's very convenient, but like, I also think we do kind of have a problem with, you know, TikTok and like, and all that other stuff, and like kids having like cell phones with like internet access like constantly. Technology has improved for the better, but not all of it's for the better. Okay, let's use that. Here's the real hard truth that I think about the whole thing, and I think it's that parents don't do enough with regulating the internet, and I think it's because they don't want to. Like, I think any parent can easily learn about, like, parental controls for internet and TV, but most choose not to learn about it and use the excuse that they're old, or too old to, like, learn how. And they would just rather, like, look for someone else to blame rather than take responsibility for their bad parenting. I mean, it's the same thing, like, and this is nothing new, right? Like, this is, like, it's the same thing for video games, too. Like, it's much easier for parents to like blame the video game stores, like the stores that sell games, rather than like take responsibility for their kids' actions. It's like, how do you think you think anyone that's like under the age of 15 has like a job? Like, yeah, some do. Some, maybe they have a paper route or something like that, but like typically kids, get an allowance of some kind, and that's regulated by the parents. Like, and how do they go to the grocery store unsupervised to buy an M-rated game, right? I mean, are you kidding me? Like, how the heck did a kid get like $60, $80 for a new game, and how did they go there completely unsupervised without your knowledge? If they're going there and buying a violent game without you knowing about it, and then you just find out about it when they're playing it, then yeah, you're the one to blame for that. Not the kid, not the source selling it. Like, work on your parenting. And it's the same thing for the internet too, and like internet controls and like parental controls for TV. You can learn how to do it, you just don't want to do it because it's more work on your part, so it's easier to blame someone else for your own shortcomings. It was so annoying when I was like between the ages of like 16 and 17 because I needed ID to buy like M-rated games. Like I used to buy used games at the Blockbuster near my house because they sold used games for like PS2 and stuff like that. And like back then all I had was just like a school ID for a while. I'm like, I have a mustache, But they're like, no, sorry, we need you to show ID, and that's where all that ridiculous crap came from, because, like, parents couldn't, keep a close enough eye on their kids, so, of course, every consumer has to suffer because of it, so... Maybe me being heated up about it is a little bit because it's just kind of annoying that it affects me, but, like, whatever. Yeah, so Dan 1 Astral Reef isn't too bad. It's mostly Dan 3 that's a pain in the butt. But, take that up. And aside from just, like, being a little annoyed by the whole topic, it's also that I really do feel like parents, do need to be more well-informed about, like, the internet, especially in things like that, right? Like, the internet is it can be a dangerous place if you don't know what you're doing. And the scarier thing is that a lot of people from my time learned about the internet completely unsupervised on our own. And that's kind of scary to think about. Like, yeah, we've had discussions about, like, similar topics before, but, I mean, more Xanafied cat lore. My parents didn't know 90% of what I did online. And that was mostly because my dad didn't care, my mom was too busy. Like, there it is. My mom was always like the super like overprotective type. She was worried about everything, like when it came to like the internet and stuff like that. But like overall, she was just too busy to like keep an eye on things 24/7. And yeah, my dad just didn't care. He was like at work all the time, so he's just like, as long as you're not doing drugs, whatever. Like, what, you're not doing anything illegal, you're not doing drugs, and what do I have to worry about? Man, it's wild to me that, like, someone that's like 5 or 10 could be like using a cell phone or a tablet like unsupervised, right? Because, like, I mean, yeah, I was using the internet in my school library when I was like 13, 14 years old with low supervision, but I didn't have like a smartphone or a tablet when I was that age. I didn't get my first cell phone until I was like 18, 19 years old, and it was a flip phone. You can text on that thing. Yeah, I mean, you could, but it was so slow or whatever. Like, it was a crappy flip phone. And that's all I had until my early 20s before I got a smartphone. I don't think the problem is like mobile games or anything like that. Like, mobile games is nothing new. I played on the Game Boy Color, I played on the Game Boy Advance, the DS, whatever. It's the internet access that's the dangerous part about it. It's like nowadays a smartphone is basically a miniature computer that you can take around everywhere with you, and even worse, they have all sorts of, like, there's no way to, like, do ad blocks on, like, a phone very efficiently. There's lots of scam games that have tons of microtransactions. Like, that's where a lot of those mobile games are probably making their money. They have all these tiny microtransactions, and then, like, you know, some kids get into it and, you know, put a bunch of crap on like their parents' credit cards or whatever. I mean, yeah, microtransactions in MMOs are definitely got me hooked first. Like, there were microtransactions in a couple of online games before mobile games were more a regular thing that got me too. It happens. Yeah, it's the thing about the gacha. They gotcha. That's why they call it that. Like, I have to admit that I have spent a lot of money on Mabinogi, and I'm really glad this is the only gacha game that I play, because I can safely say that I would not be able to afford to play 2. I mean, I tried not to be too bad about it, but, like, Mabinogi is the only serious gacha game that I've really gotten into. I've played other MMOs where it's like, you want to pay $10 to expand your inventory or get like a cool mount or something, you know? Like, I've done more of that with other MMOs than, like, as far as microtransactions go, rather than gachas. Like, luckily this is the only big gacha game that's really got me hooked. Like, when they first introduced Animal Tales into Mabinogi, that gachapon, the very first Tale gachapon, man, I'm ashamed of how much money I spent on that. And I'm just gonna be completely honest, I spent more money on that than I should have. To the point where, yeah, I was eating ramen because of it. Heck, and while we're even talking about it, I guess I'll just be completely honest. If I remember right, I probably spent around $1,000 on the tail gachapon, just to tell you how bad it was. Like, that's literally how bad it was. It didn't kill me, but, you know, wasn't good. I mean, if I check like my history on like NX payments, because you can do that, like most of them are on Mabinogi, but yeah, definitely more than I should have. I know some of the money that I've spent, like that I've given Nex on, like was on Maple Story 2, and that was around like. Honestly, I probably spent maybe $300 to $500 on Maple Story 2 in the entire like 1 year and a half that I played it. But, like, yeah, it's way worse for Mabinogi. Other than that, I haven't really, like, I played Maple Story a little bit, but I don't think I ever spent money on the first one, if I'm being honest. I can't really think of anything else done by Nexon that I really spent money on, other than, like, MS2 and Mabinogi. I mean, the wisdom that I've taken from it is that buy pet gachas when they come out, because pet gachas are a good deal, and then you don't have to play the real ones. If you buy pet gachas, you can sell the pets, and then you can directly buy any of the items that are from other gacha in the auction house. That's the way to do it. There are very few gacha that I actually feel like are worth the money, except for pet ones. Okay, so like they might create another server, but they have given us a guarantee that like our character data that exists is not going to be wiped. So like that's the good news. So yeah, we might see a second server, but like, I don't think anyone is going to be losing everything they have, which is great. Because honestly, I'd be pissed if that happened. I like having all my inventory bags. I like having all my pets. Like, I don't know if I'd quit if we got Unreal and all the data was wiped, but I'd come darn near close to it. I'll tell you that much. It would be a major blow. And I think that's why they said they're going to carry over character data, because they know people have personal attachments to their character, and in some cases several thousands put into those characters and accounts. I mean, like, I wised up. I stopped playing gacha monthly. There's still some whales that play gacha monthly, I'll bet, you know, but like, I don't do that. Not anymore. Doll bag gacha aren't that bad as well. Like, they're almost as good as pet gacha. Like, sometimes some of those are worth it too, but not often. It's mostly the pet ones. You know, I've heard of people doing that, like buying and selling reforges to make gold. I've never actually done that way to make gold before. Like, honestly, I don't think I've ever bought a single reforge from the cash shop ever. And that's mostly because I don't care about gearing. Like, I've never really cared about the level of my gear or anything like that because, like, I don't do any of the, like, the endgame dungeons or raids or anything like that. Yeah, I've never really given a crap about my gear. Like, it's always a secondary concern to me. Like, I just care more about having a casual time and, you know, just vibing with the game. I mean, yeah, okay, I'll get a little bit of good gear as I gradually play, but ultimately I don't need anything that's better than, you know, playing a few veteran dungeons. So yeah, most of my gear is kind of crap, but that's just really because I don't give a damn. I'm gonna be completely honest. And it's like, I could learn to gear better, I could learn to upgrade my equipment better, I just don't care enough to put in the effort, because then I feel like the game would be slightly more of a chore to do, and like, I'm not here for that, I'm just here to do whatever I want. Mabinogi's all about freedom, and like, I'm just gonna play the game I want to. And that's what's great about this game, there's really no wrong way to do it. So many other MMOs, it's like, you have these options, but you pretty much have to play this way, even if you have a little bit of freedom in the middle. Whereas Mabinogi, like, there's almost no wrong way to play this game. I mean, yeah, you can min-max, you can find shortcuts to do things, and like, you know, even outside of gear, like, there's all sorts of fun little loopholes to explore to do things efficiently. But yeah, just play Mabinogi the way you want to, you know? Like, it's no big deal. Yeah. That's why I tell people, like, when you play Mabinogi, just, you know, be yourself, take your time, you know, like, there's no rush. I get it, because when you come into the game, it's like you see all these endgame players and you think, I want to be like them. Well, I mean, like, yeah, they're endgame, but they didn't accomplish that in a month. You know, like, it's like it took them a long time to get there. They had to work their butts off to get there, and I'm sure some of them took, like, a couple of years doing it. And, like, there's no real even competition. Like, PvP in this game is so broken, who even does that anymore, right? Like, except for just for fun. There's no real reason to be better than everyone else, you know? I don't know. But honestly, I've never really cared about PvP in most MMOs or online games. Like, I've never really felt the need to prove that I'm better than anyone else in any kind of game or any kind of competition. Like, so I just have naturally no interest in PvP. The closest thing I have an interest in the PvP is like racing games. Like, I like playing online racing games like Kart Rider and stuff like that. And like, I like being competitive in that because it's a racing game, but aside from that, I just don't care. It's too much effort for me to like bother competing with everyone, like, whatever. I think that's more the thing. It's like, I don't have anything to prove, and like, it would just take too much time for me to prove it. I could be taking a nap, or, you know, doing something else, or eating, or whatever. Almost anything sounds more fun than trying to prove to some, you know, tightwad that I'm a better player than them. Like, who cares? You think they care? No, I don't. So, that's why I'm so easygoing about that. Oh yeah, sure. If you ever want to like do like dailies and stuff, I'm up for that, you know. I do dailies for adventure seals. I occasionally do daily shadow missions just whenever I feel like it, you know. Daily dungeons and stuff. I'm not ready for veteran dungeons with this character yet, but yeah, I'm okay with like partying up anytime. Yeah, my stance on Mabinogi is, like, I am sort of like a little bit of a lone wolf. I do play solo, and, like, I'm fine with that, but I'm also, I don't really mind, like, helping other people out, too. You know? If anyone ever wants any help or wants to do dailies once in a while, yeah, I don't mind. So, I'm pretty neutral about doing things either way, honestly. I need more money for my Dan test. Let's see if I can use this again. Nice. Let's take out... We're gonna need 20k per test? Or... wait a minute. Oh, maybe I did have enough for one. Well, I'll take out another 100 just for the heck of it. Yeah, definitely. Just, you know, you can add Xanafiedlion, because that's the character I play on the most. Or you can let me know your character in-game, and I can add you or whatever. It's all cool. And yeah, if I ever have time, I have no problem like running dailies or helping out or whatever. Oh, I know why I can't take the Dan test. I have to get 100 XP on it, duh. Yeah, like, Mabinogi might not be quite as social as it used to be, but it does still have a very friendly community. I find that, like... most of, like, over 90% of the players I talk to and meet, like, are just so nice and so casual and, like, so laid back. Like, I hear some stories about one or two bad players, and yeah, they exist in every game, but for the most part, Mabinogi is a pretty friendly game. Looks like someone's in this training area. I don't want to take your spot, friend. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Yeah, and it just feels like that doesn't happen as much anymore, right? Like, unless you're in, like, a guild or something, it feels like random conversations just don't happen as much. But I feel like if you actually take the time to reach out to, like, other players, most of them are pretty friendly to you. It's like we still have the same friendly community, it's just that people just don't initiate conversations as much. And for me, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I'm not very social until, like, I know someone. Like, if I know someone and, you know, we're friends or whatever, it's hard to get me to shut up. But, like, if I don't know someone, like, you want me to be the first person to initiate the conversation, yeah, I'm gonna be a little quiet about it. Yeah, and I've always sort of just been that way. Like, I've never been good at like initiating a conversation with someone in most cases, because like, and it's also partly that, you know, I don't really want to bother anyone else too. Like, if they got their own thing going on, I don't want to feel like I'm a nuisance or whatever, taking up their time. Like, you know, whatever. But if I do want to socialize in Mabby more, I usually go to the Tara Banquet on Saturdays off stream, or I'll do a couple of freestyle jams with some random people that involves a little bit less conversation. So those are usually ways I just kind of force myself to interact like with others a little bit. Works out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna join like a guild or something on this character if I don't create one at some point. So, like once he gets a little bit stronger, and maybe that'll make me socialize a little bit more. But yeah, anytime like a player asks for like help or whatever, I don't mind like. As long as I have the time, which I usually do, I don't mind helping out. I don't mind like doing group stuff, it's all cool. So here's where I'm conflicted on guilds, right? So like, I don't really want to join a guild because in my experience I find that there are two types of guilds. The ones that do almost nothing and are like so laid back that like the guild that feels like it's usually like half dead most of the time. Or you end up in a guild where the guild leader is like kind of annoying and kind of bossy and they want you to do like way too much shit. And like that's why I don't really want to join a guild, because I don't really want to be bossed around by some idiot that doesn't know what they're doing and, you know, is always annoyed about something. I could use worse language to describe that, but, you know. And, like, I could run a guild, sure, but I'm also wondering, do I really want that responsibility? Because it's like, if I run a guild, then I can't be as lazy. I have to put in more effort, you know? So it's kind of conflicting. I don't really want to join a guild for reasons, and I don't really know if I want to assume the responsibility of managing a guild right now. I think since I'm not that familiar with the new guild system yet, I'll probably join a guild for a little bit and then just leave if I don't like the atmosphere, and then create my own like guild after that. But I probably will at least join one first, just so I can get a little bit more familiar with the system since the guild update, since I'm not familiar with all of it yet. Okay, we're going on Astral Reef. Now we can go back and take that test. Wish I had a cat scythe. The only reason I picked the fox scythe was because it was the closest thing to looking like a cat. Because, like, years ago I did actually run a guild, but not for Mabinogi. I ran a guild in the MMO Spiral Knights, like, a long time ago, so, like, I know, like, how to run a guild for the most part. I don't know if I want to put in the effort to doing it. I mean, it's a little bit like a second job. I mean, kind of, because you're responsible, as the guild leader, you're responsible for managing it and, like, taking on responsibility managing, like, members and stuff, so, I mean, it can feel like a little bit of an extra chore, you know? Because everything's on you. If the guild is doing bad, then, you know, like, you're the one to blame because it's your responsibility. If you're the guild leader. Which is a lot of pressure. Like, what a lot of people don't understand is that there's a big difference between being a guild leader and being a guild member. Because it's like, there are some guild members that, like, demand a lot from the guild and want it to, you know, or else they'll, you know, threaten to leave. But I don't think all of those guild members completely understand, like, all of the responsibilities that come with being, like, a guild leader or a guild master. One thing I do like about the new guild system, though, is that you can have up to 3 guild officers instead of 1. So you can, I guess you can have, like, more people to, like, handle running things to ease the stress. So that's nice. I think that's a good feature that they added. And this is a little bit, like, this is more irrelevant Xanafied cat lore, but I actually met my artist through Spiral Knights. He joined the guild that I ended up running in Spiral Knights, and that's how we became friends. So, like, we were just, like, gaming buddies together, and then he's like, hey, I do art. And I'm like, yeah, show me. Hey, this is pretty good, I'll pay you for this. So yeah, that's how I met my artist. Not really relevant, but you know, it's there. Yeah, I've known my artist since I was about 25, so like 11, 12 years. That's why I like working with him too, because it's like I can say almost anything I want. Like I can say almost anything I want to him. I don't have to like worry about like, you know, being uptight or, you know, watching what I say around him or anything like that. I can just, you know, say whatever. We can joke around, have fun with it. You know, it is still business because I'm paying him to do art, but it's like it's not all business all the time. And that's kind of nice. Yeah, and that's why I haven't like found any other Mabinogi artists yet, because it's like if I had to find another artist to hire, then like it would be more of just like it would be more of like a transactional relationship. It would be the kind of thing where, you know, I'd have to be a little bit more uptight because I'm paying someone that I don't know very well to do this art for me, and it would be a little bit more, you know, sticking to just business sort of situation, and that's a little bit more stressful than, you know, just chatting with a friend and having a good time about art. Wow, already? Those goblins don't waste any time, do they? Do that. Yeah, it's definitely, like, if I had to find a new artist, I would definitely say, like, I'm more of the laid-back type, you know, like, I'm cool, I'm flexible, you know, and I kind of want, you know, the person that I'm working with to be the same, but it would still, regardless, it would still take time for a certain level of trust to be developed between, you know, me and the artist that I'm hiring to do the artwork for me. But yeah, so far I'm glad I haven't had to find a new artist yet. I hope I don't have to. I mean, like, I take the transaction of money very seriously when it comes to anyone, you know? I like to be very straightforward and honest about the way I do business with other people, you know? I don't want to be deceiving anyone, and I don't want to be deceived myself, you know? So it's like... But yeah, I consider everything. You know, it's like, how well do I really trust this person, and why... You know, I think if I had to find a new one, I would look in the Mabinogi community, because most of the artists in the Mabinogi community have a good reputation and are trustworthy from, like, what I've, like, seen in the Mabinogi communities, so it just makes the most sense to look there first, if I had to. Oh, all car salesmen are scammers, let's be completely real. I hate the way that, that people do business with, like, selling you a car. Yeah, absolutely. You definitely need to, like, background check and make sure you can trust the people that you're, like, buying from and stuff, right? I feel like with art, it's a little bit more of a risky situation, because it's like, what if I pay the artist for the art first, and then they don't do the art, and then you know, whatever, or they're taking a big risk if they do the art for me first, and I decide I don't want to pay. So it's like, in that kind of situation, it's a little different than, you know, buying something on eBay or Amazon, right? It's like, there's a certain level of trust that goes into the transaction that both parties will honor the agreement. Because you can't be sure. They might not, and then you could end up wasting your time. And see, that's why I'd also go to the Mabinogi art community again, because, like, there is less of a chance of encountering a bot artist in the Mabinogi art community, whereas, like, I see bots all the time popping into my channel here on Twitch, you know, like, hey, you want to buy some art? You want to see my portfolio? No, I don't. You're a bot. You've copied probably all the art that you have in your portfolio. Why would I want to see that? Like, you really think I'm gonna do business with some shady guy walking in here, you know, as some sort of bot? You can go on, hey, you want to see my art? And you want to see my, you want me to give you my Discord? Like, no, I don't want that. So yeah, so annoying. I hate those guys. Like, they're outright saying that, hey, you want me to scam you? Won't that be fun? Like, yeah, that sounds like a blast. I want to be scammed. I've never experienced being scammed like that before. Maybe it'll be fun. And although it might not be the healthiest mentality, I have a habit of expecting the worst possible outcome out of everything. So like whenever I do something, I expect the worst outcome imaginable, and then that way I'm never disappointed because the outcome is always usually better than that. And that way I'm never like depressed or I'm never like sad or anything, because it's like most of the time the worst case situation is never going to happen. So if you expect the worst all the time, then you're never disappointed. I don't really spend a lot of time dreading it, honestly. I just kind of go with the flow, and then I expect like the worst case scenario to happen out of like what I do, and I think about it like, what's the worst thing that could happen if I do this, and like it ends up not working out right. This? Okay, so I'll just expect this to happen, and then it doesn't, and the situation ends up better, and I'm like, hey, cool. I'm not disappointed. It's a pretty effed up way to think, but it works. I mean, like, for the most part, it keeps me happy, you know? Like, you know, it might not work for everyone, and probably doesn't work for most people, but it works for me. Yeah, but behavior like that is sort of automatic, like you just kind of get used to it. I'm open to almost anything except for when it comes to food. Food is really the only time when I'm actually kind of picky. Like when it comes to most like new things or whatever, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm down for trying that. I'm down for like playing that video game or watching that anime or playing a game this way or that way. First time streaming can feel a little nerve-wracking. Like it's definitely a little definitely a little intimidating. It's a different kind of environment. But I don't know, I've gotten used to streaming, you know. Like I'm happy to do my part to help out the Mabinogi community. Gotta pass that one more time to get the Dan 2. I'm gonna need one of my tickets. Or wait, am I? Yeah, because I passed the Dan 1. There we go, we'll do that. No, there's nothing really going on in the YouTube chat. YouTube stuff is pretty tame. Oh yeah, the picky eater part. Yeah, I've always been a little picky about what I eat. I'm easygoing about a lot of stuff, but like food, it's usually hit or miss. It's like some things, some food I'll like, some I won't. And it's just as simple as that. Hey, I mean, I'm cool with tomatoes as long as they're on something, right? You know, like, that's all that matters to me. Let's see, what's one thing that I won't, let's see, usually mushrooms. Mushrooms are one thing I won't touch, no matter what they're in. I think mushrooms look gross and taste gross on pretty much everything that they're on. Mushrooms is like the tomato thing for me. Will not do it. I would rather eat pizza that had olives on it than pizza that had mushrooms on it. I don't like either one on a pizza, but if I had to pick, I would pick the one with olives. I don't like onions in or on my pizza, but I can stomach it. Like if it's there, you know, it's a little unpleasant, but it's like at least it's still eatable. Just barely. Yeah, that's weird. Eating an onion raw? I don't know, man. I don't think I could do that. I mean, yeah, it might depend on, like, the type of onion. I'm sure there are better ones to eat raw than to eat, you know, but I still don't know if I could do it. I don't think I could. I'm not too picky about most types of pasta and like cheese and like certain things like that. Like, there's maybe only like 1 or 2 types of cheese I don't like. Although one time that surprised me is like, my ex-girlfriend made really good stir fry, and I was actually surprised I liked that because that had like a bunch of vegetables and stuff in it. And I was like, huh, this is actually pretty good, but that was the only time I was really surprised. Yeah, so I actually need to do that again to eat healthier, like get some like stir-fry veggies and like mix it up with some stuff, because like apparently as picky of a food eater as I am, like that's one thing I can still do that actually works with me. I didn't do that just once, like I had stir-fry like multiple times after that. Yeah, chicken burgers are good. I will say that. Also, like if I ever buy like those crappy frozen White Castle burgers, I'll try and buy the chicken ones if I can, because the chicken ones are honestly the highest quality they have, which is really just like a piece of chicken like in between like a cheap roll. But heck, it's better than their cheeseburgers. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I don't buy chicken burgers all the time. But, you know, I do get them some of the time. Most of the time. I think they're like $4.99. Honestly, there are a lot of other, like there are a lot of other fast food places that are just as much, if not more, these days. Fast food prices actually really gone up, so I don't even really mind buying things frozen because, like, in the end game, it pretty much comes down to the same price. And no, the chicken burgers I buy are higher quality than most burgers. Like, I would definitely say that the chicken burgers I buy frozen are, like, better than anything you could get at, like, McDonald's, Jack in the Box, or, like Dairy Queen or anything like that. Definitely higher quality than those burgers. Maybe an Arby's burger could compete with it, but that'd be about the only one I can think of as far as fast food goes. Yeah, go for it. I think you should. What are the kind I get? I get the, they sell them at, like, some mini-marts and gas stations. I get the big, like, AZ, like, burgers. They got those frozen ones that are, like, they got those frozen burgers that they sell, at, like, mini-marts and small stores and stuff called, like, AZ burgers or something. And you can buy all those individually for, like, really cheap. They sell them... I think some of them sell them hot, too, like, already, like, cooked and kept warm. But the place I sell them only sells them frozen. Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of them. Like, here's one. I haven't ever had the spicy one. I've had the non-spicy versions of these chicken burgers, but, like, here's the wrapper of one I found on, like, some Google search or whatever. Yeah, so there's like an idea, like all the wrapping paper looks like that, except for maybe this part here where it says the name of it is sometimes like a different color and says something different, right? But you can find those ones are really high quality. They make really good burgers. I buy their bacon burgers, I buy their cheeseburgers, and I buy their chicken ones. Not the spicy chicken ones, but I buy the other chicken ones. But luckily that's not me, I'm not that fat. My arm's skinnier than that. This is some random Google pic. 'Cause, like, I don't know, 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 I don't That's pretty much the American way when you think about it. The American way is live freely and then get so fat that you'll have to pay doctors thousands of dollars to like make you stay healthy. So like that's the idea. They want you to be free and take poor care of your health, because then the doctors make a lot of money, right? That's how it works. I mean, in other countries like Japan and Korea, everyone over there is skinny. Yeah, but diabetes among other health problems. I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm nowhere near in the danger zone for diabetes despite how I eat. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I have sugar in my coffee, I have a little bit of barbecue sauce here or there, but honestly, I do not eat sweet foods that much. Like, I don't have, like, candy or, like, sugary treats on, like, a regular basis, right? So it's like, my sugar intake is actually pretty normal. It's just that I eat a lot of greasy, high-sodium processed foods. But, I mean, like, high-sodium foods is in no way related to diabetes, because my blood sugar levels are fine. I mean, my stance on it is, like, I could eat healthy all my life, right? I could probably eat healthy and extend my life by another 10, 15, 20 years, you know, if I ate salads and stuff like that. But then again, I could buy bad lettuce from like a store, like, for the first time in like 20 years, and then I'm dead. So it's like, you know, you can eat greasy foods. Yeah, exactly, E. coli from, like, the one bad salad after, like, 8 or 9 years of eating good salads to extend your life. And you're still going to meet your ends, you know, at the same speed as someone eating a greasy cheeseburger. So it's like, I might as well eat the food that I enjoy and just accept the outcome. And, you know, because it's like, either way, you're taking a risk. It's more organic, but at the same time, how do you think they keep those vegetables, you know, so clean and nice? They spray them with pesticide, they're raised on dirty farms, you know, and you have to trust that the people handling them have cleaned them correctly for grocery stores. So, in my opinion, it's just as risky as buying processed stuff. Like, yeah, processed food is bad for you, but at least you know what's in it. Bad processed stuff. Oh nice, you found one of those burgers. Good. I recommend them. Their burgers are relatively cheap and they're very, very good. Like, in my opinion, like, those Big AZ burgers, they're frozen, they're only like $4.99 where I buy them, so I don't know. Like, that might just be a location thing, but like, I think they do good work. If I'm being honest, like, they're higher they have higher quality burgers than McDonald's, Jack in the Box, Wendy's, any of those places. Like, the only place I can think of that makes burgers just as good at a fast food joint is maybe like an Arby's or something. But, like, they're above most standard fast food restaurant quality. Now here's the real scam, though. They call most burgers hamburgers, but there's no ham in it. How many hamburgers do you know that actually have ham in it? What's up with that? It's like, I've eaten bacon burgers before, I've eaten, you know, like, but where's the one with actual ham on it? It's called a hamburger, where's the ham? I mean, I guess bacon is technically from a pig, so it's still, like, partly a hamburger in some way, because, like, I mean, they're both the same, well, they're both very similar, but, like, a bacon burger is still not a hamburger. Well, I mean, like bacon on like a hamburger is. I don't know, it just feels very misleading. Maybe the reason why they don't have an actual burger with ham on it is because they don't want you to discover how tasty it'll be. Maybe I should try actually putting like separate like ham, store-bought ham on like a hamburger and see if it improves the taste. Maybe they just don't want us to know because it'd put like the fast food industry out of But that's a sandwich, see? Like, that's not a burger though. That's a sandwich because you said sandwich, right? And a sandwich and a burger are different. I've eaten some darn good sandwiches. But, you know, it has to be, you know, there's still a difference. Like, I love a good grilled cheese sandwich, you know, with ham on it, but, you know, it's not a burger. I got a special pan from the Safeway, a little tiny frying pan that's like specifically made for making grilled cheese sandwiches. It takes a little bit longer, but they're darn good, but, you know, still different. I've also had to improvise, like, sometimes, too, like, so, if I had to, if I was, like, a little short on, like, money for food or whatever, I would, like, improvise, and I like, made, like, cheap tacos once, like, I got like soft taco shells because I had like a little bit of like beef for that you could use for like burgers and stuff. So like since I had some of that frozen, I decided to add to it like I could get like some soft taco shells for that, and then like I made ramen noodles and I put like ramen noodles like in the in like the taco too, and diced that up, and like some tomato and like some barbecue sauce in with the beef. That and some cheese. Then you use like the ramen flavor packet like on like the taco after it's all assembled. Yeah, it was alright. It tasted fine. The ramen noodles gave it a... I admit the taste was a little weird, like it was a little different because of like the ramen noodles in mixed with the meat and stuff, but like it was good, it was tasty. Yeah. Just sort of like one of those meals that was like, it's odd, but it was like, it wasn't bad. Sometimes you gotta improvise, you know? Just make do with what you have. Because I was like, wait a minute, I want to save money. I have this frozen beef. I'll get some soft shells. I'll pay like $2 for some ramen. And then like I have some barbecue sauce here. I can add that. And then I can get like some shredded like cheese in a bag for like, you know, $3. For like under $10, you can make a pretty good meal with that. Oh yeah, I know what it's like, you know, you spend too much money on like a video game or like a gacha or something, and then you just you're stuck on ramen for a bit. I get it. You know, it happens. Yeah, that's about right. Like I said, like the big AZ burgers I get frozen, those are all $4.99 a piece. You know, I mean, like I think it's a fair price for the quality, honestly. And the big AZ ones are greasy, just so you know. Like, the chicken ones are probably the least greasy ones, but those ones are, like, super greasy. You unwrap one of those things, you know, like, even the bun is greasy. So, I mean, it's literally a heart attack waiting to happen. You'll have fun with that. Yeah, but usually for the big AZ ones, usually all I do is like I don't really add anything except barbecue sauce. I put a little bit of barbecue sauce on there and that's about it. Like I don't really add anything else. And like the meat or the piece of chicken that's like on there is always wider than the bun too, so it's always like sticking out the bun, so it's almost like a misshapen ring. Like, you know, when you look at like a planet like Saturn, how it has that ring, it's almost like a misshapen ring like coming out of the bun going around it. So I mean, like they do good work. Yeah, the bacon ones are good. I've had their bacon ones. In fact, I think I had a bacon one like either today or yesterday. I don't actually remember. But I think it was this morning. I had it like really early in the morning. Because I woke up at like 5 a.m. and then I was like, I'm gonna have a burger. I mean, usually I will sleep in a little bit later than that. I was kind of surprised too. But like, sometimes if I'm awake, I'm awake. I am a heavy sleeper though. Like I don't wake up easily too. Like I'm the same way. Like if I'm snoring or something, good luck waking me up. Because I won't hear a darn thing. I don't know if it's like country fried chicken or not. All I know is that it says like chicken burger on it, and like in the rectangle where it says chicken burger, it's like a light blue color. Like that part's a light blue. The one I showed like on the on like that Google image a while ago, that was a fried chicken one. That one had a red rectangle, said fried chicken. Not gonna get me with thunder. Ha, got him just before he used thunder, that's good. There we go. Okay, so yeah, getting this to Dan 2 isn't really a problem. It's mostly Dan 3 that sucks. Not looking forward to that. Because in the Dan 3 test, I have to get 3k more points. I'm pretty sure I have the same time limit. But I will settle for Dan 2. That is good progress on that today. So yeah, damage goes up from 155% to 170%, and range goes up by 0.5 meters. 2 stamina, 2 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 luck. There we go. That dog is barking a lot. Maybe he wants me to heal him. There you go. Let's use my second ticket and we'll do the Stellar Surge Dan test. But yeah, he's still barking. That's the other thing I don't like about dogs, how loud they bark, you know? It's like, yeah, a cat can meow, it can knock something over, but like a cat is way quieter than a dog. Bad news. Bad news is never good news. What's the bad news? That's too bad. That is bad news. I mean, it's probably better for your health that they're not in that area, but like, overall it's pretty bad news. Why aren't you firing the thing? There we go. That was weird. It was like frozen for a second. Jeez, can't even. The nice thing about Stellar Surge is, unlike Meridian Sweep, you don't actually like move forward when you use it, which is very helpful for the Dan tests. Ow! Ow! These servants are not very nice. Crap. I feel like I'm getting some lag or something, because like that Spice's skill doesn't work quite right. Fish. Actually, like the Sahajin warriors in like the game, like the fish monsters. I like them because it's like, I'm usually a cat person in the game, so like, cats hunt fish. I get to hunt fish. So that's why I like them. I like hunting them. I guess cats also hunt rats, so I guess the rat men are equally fitting to be my enemies, but the difference is the rat men probably wouldn't taste that good to eat, whereas the fish probably would, if you were like a cat. It's like, if you think about it, like, a cat probably wouldn't eat a rat man, because it's like, who knows what diseases a rat could have? But like, a fish monster, you're much more likely to eat as a cat, because they're probably a lot cleaner. Despite these minor inconveniences, partly on the game's end and the monsters being a little annoying, I think we'll still pass. Like, I don't think cats actually, like, eat rats. Like, they hunt them, they'll bring them to your doorstep, but I don't think they'll really eat them. But if they find, like, a fish or a bird or something, I think they'll eat them, because they know that, like, they're tasty and they're probably a little bit more clean. Like, my cats used to bring, like, rats and stuff to the front door all the time, and when we used to let them go outside. That made the neighbors kind of mad, though. The neighbors didn't really like that, especially when they got a bird. One MP, 5 intelligence, and 1 luck. I I mean, I never really heard any complaints about like cats, like our cats like crapping anywhere, but like the neighbors definitely didn't like it when the cats like attacked like the birds and stuff because they felt sorry for the birds. We did have like one cat who was quite frankly like the alpha cat out of like everyone. He was even in charge of the humans. Like he knew how to control the humans pretty well too. And one time when he was out, we got a call from like the neighbor, and it turns out that like he got lost. So like the cat got lost. So he was in the neighbor's house and he was scaring the neighbor's cat. He was in there running another cat's home. Instead of finding his way back, he just decided to take over another cat's lair and start taking control of the whole operation. That guy was something else. And like we had like small dogs, so like and he had a game that he played with the dogs. So we had like short dogs and like a pretty low coffee table, and he would play a game where he would nap underneath the coffee table, and if the dogs got too close, he would wonk them on the nose with his claw, because he knew that when they would yip, the table was low enough that they would hit their heads on the coffee table. So you'd always hear a yip, and then you'd hear a thud against the coffee table. So he purposely set it up that way as like a second defense. Yeah, that guy was... Unfortunately, he died like a long time ago, but he was like a mob boss, you know? Think of like Kingpin from like Spider-Man or something. That was basically him. He ran everything. And he was about the size of a bowling ball, too. He was black and white, so like a tuxedo cat. He had mostly black fur and then a little white on his chest and his paws. I don't think we've ever had a gray cat before. I had like a few tabbies in the past. I think he was the only black and white one we ever had. And then we've had like three tan cats. 3 cats that are like sandy colored. And since then, we've also had like 3 all-black cats, too. It's actually interesting. The reason why like a cat will end up with all-black fur is because there's like something that's like there's like it's like a defect in like their genes that determines their hair color. It's like, some cats have like a defect in their genes that make their fur appear all black, and that's why they don't have like different color collages like other cats do. There's like a whole science behind it or something. I don't know. I haven't heard the thing about white cats being blind, but I actually want to research that now. But like, yeah, there's something in like a cat's genes that like makes their fur like appear all black. Or deaf. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I've never met a deaf cat before. But yeah, that would be interesting to research. I kind of want to look that up. I'll probably do that like sometime this week. I'm fascinated by cat stuff. Like, there's also the thing about, like, their meowing, too. Like, cats don't meow to communicate with each other. Cats literally invented meowing as a way of directly communicating with humans specifically, because they don't know how to communicate with us any other way. Oh yeah, and their purring is very helpful, too. Yeah, but I watched like an interesting documentary thing on Netflix, I think. It's called like The Lion in Your Living Room, and it's like about cats and how they communicate. And how they use like their tails as like ways of communicating with each other. Like, I think if two cats walk by each other and both of them have their tails sticking straight up in the air, it's like a truce sign where it's like, hey, I don't mean you any harm. And then if the other cat has his tail straight up in the air too, he's like, cool, I don't mean you any harm, like, either. And it's like a sign of like, we might not be friends, but we're not enemies. And they use like their tails and like other body language to communicate with each other, whereas like the meowing thing is a way for like them to talk to humans specifically. I think they do communicate with each other with noises, but I think they're like at like low frequencies that like that are like too low for the human ear to hear. Which gerbils also do, by the way. Gerbils like communicate all the time with each other, which is why it's incredibly important for them to live in pairs. Because they communicate with each other all the time using low-frequency squeaks that are too low for the human ear to hear, and I think cats do the same thing. Oh, and those things on my homestead are done. I gotta get those farmed. Yeah, I think it's fascinating. That, and I also watch like documentaries about like ancient Egypt and stuff too, because they talk a lot about cats. Like, they were a huge deal in Egypt, so I learn a lot of my cat facts from there too. Oh yeah, they still do worship cats. Here's a fun fact: if you were to harm a cat in ancient Egypt, you could be stoned to death as a punishment. That's how seriously they took it. They did not take like the mistreatment of cats lightly over there. A big reason why was because they were seen as good luck charms. Because cats have like super good senses. So cats in ancient Egypt were good at like getting scorpions and snakes. Because like back then there could be like holes in the wall and stuff like that like dangerous like small animals could get through to like get to important pharaohs or kings or people of like high social status like priests and stuff, and like cats would go and get those vermin and eliminate them before they could like harm someone. So like cats were seen as a good luck charm by the wealthy in Egypt because they took care of a lot of those silent threats. They saved lives. So in general, they were just seen as a very lucky animal. Yeah, that's why the rich people liked them. Like, it wasn't just like a common thing. Like, the pharaohs loved those guys. You know, I mean, that's why they have the Sphinx, you know? I mean, it's shaped like a giant cat. Someone probably wasted their entire life working on, like, the Sphinx, right? You know, it's probably spent their entire life building it. Someone literally dedicated their entire life to making a tribute to the cats. It's wild to think about. And respectable, yeah, definitely. And like that's how a lot of cats like spread to other parts of the world, because there were a lot of them in ancient Egypt, and then a lot of cats like got on fishing boats and stuff like that, and then they like traveled across the world with like fishermen and stuff like that. I don't really know what they really did on fishing boats that was too useful. Maybe they kept like the rat population low or something, but that's how they got across the world. They just kind of, they more or less hitchhiked. And then just kind of spread their armies. Yeah, so I imagine they were probably very useful for that, you know? I mean, it's like, it's not really a big deal to feed a cat when you're on a fishing boat. You're literally surrounded by fish. I mean, it takes like, what, 3 hours to catch a fish, get a cat a meal, you know? Like, there's tons of those, and they clean up your rat problem. That's great. I think I'm going to do some commerce, because I need to level up a little bit more. And then so we can level up our Arcana a lot, I'm going to do the Baltame mission. Probably. Get even more XP. Which crystal expires first? 11 days, 6 days. We'll use that one. Let's do some trading from E-Main. Yeah, okay, we're already in E-Main. Let's do it. I think the last major cool cat thing I watched was on YouTube. I saw like this thing where like a prison actually had a program where if prisoners were well behaved enough, they would be allowed to like go in and take care of like a cat, or take care of the cats at the prison for like a short time. Yeah, that was so cool, because they're animals that are meant to like comfort you and relieve stress, and it's like you could tell that there were like these big violent looking prisoners in there, and like the cats actually like help them like calm down and learn how to communicate with humans and stuff. And like some of them said that they never had that like kind of connection before with like a human. So I thought that was really cool. I think it's also a good option too, because it's like, yeah, you gotta be careful like where you put animals, right? I mean, but the reality is we have so many cats that are strays that it's nice if we can have like a program like that where even at a prison where like the cats can be helped and like they can in turn help someone else. I think I'll take this to... yeah, we'll take it to Tilton for 48? Or no, we'll take it to Vanguard. Vanguard's 47, that's close enough. Yeah, it's a win-win. Because, like the how many cats there are is actually a problem. Like, it's sad, but there are even a lot of strays, like, around where I live. Like, I take care of about 5 or 6 indoor cats. Maybe it's even 7 now, I don't even remember. And then, like, there are also, like, 5 or 6 cats that live outside. And, they're all, like, strays and stuff that just roam around. And, like, I try and do my best to give them a little bit of food or whatever, you know? But, like, can't help them all, right? But I try to help as many of them as I can. Oh yeah, like, I looked it up, it's pretty cool. If you get like you can get like a styrofoam cooler, and you can cut like a little doorway in it, and if you put that inside like a plastic bin, it actually, it's a great winter home for a cat, because the styrofoam cooler is so good about like retaining heat, so they have a warm place to sleep. I made one of those once. And like when I put my arm in there, I could feel like the difference. Like it was definitely warmer inside. So that's good. I made sure to test it before I put it out there. So I hope they still use it. And there's also like a raccoon or two out here too, and they eat some of the cat food as well. I hope they're nice to the cats, but the raccoon also gets fed. And then when the cat food that I put out for the stray cats gets really low, occasionally a little blue bird like flies over there when there's like only like a few pieces left, and the bird actually eats some of the cat food too, and I've seen him like 3 or 4 times, and luckily the cats haven't got him. So apparently there's a bird that also likes cat food around here. I have to give that bird some credit though, he's pretty brave to like go over there at all. Because that's a cat zone. There are certainly there are like advantages and like disadvantages, like, you know, both have their perks. It's nice to have a little bit more space between your neighbors and like be closer to nature. It makes like going on walks a little bit more relaxing and stuff like that. But you do kind of miss out on like being close to a lot of big stores and stuff like that, which is only really a downside for grocery shopping these days. I mean, pretty much everything except for groceries you can basically get online. But yeah, I would say both have their perks. But yeah, like the cats that live inside, the reason they're kept indoor cats around here is because there are like coyotes and stuff like outside, like in my area, so it's like We don't want our cats going out there because they might not come back alive. Yeah, like, and sometimes it's a little bit worse here. Sometimes you can hear, like, fighting in the woods, like they're, like actual howling, like there's actually something being attacked in the woods at night. Like, occasionally you'll hear that here, and it's like, it'd be really scary for me to think of my cat being out there in that kind of situation. So I keep her indoors. I did find my cat as a stray when she was a kitten, like in this area. But yeah, like, I keep her indoors. She's only escaped once, and like, ever since she escaped, like, she's a smart cat. I don't think she ever, like, cared. She hasn't tried to escape since. Like, I think she went out there and she was like, wait a minute, no one's gonna clean my litter box, no one's gonna give me free food, this place sucks, I don't want to be out here. So she came back and then, like, lost interest in escaping. That's pretty much how I think it went, because, like, some of my cats here are pretty dumb. She's not a dumb cat. I think she's the smartest one of the whole lot. Let's try Tailton next. Yeah, she was just curious. I mean, she hadn't been outside since she was a baby practically, so, you know, she just wanted to see what all the buzz was about. Then she realized that, you know, it sucks outside. There's nothing out here. Guess my annoying owner isn't so bad after all. That's probably what was going through her mind. But yeah, my cat's kind of the choosy type. It's like, she likes attention, you know, but it has to be on her terms kind of thing. That's how that sort of goes. So it's kind of 50-50 whether or not she'll put up with me. I could take these to... I guess Vanguard's a good option for these too. Alright. Going far today. Surprisingly, my cat doesn't like treats. I only have 2 cats that like treats, and like the main cat that's like actually mine that I take care of doesn't like them. She likes catnip, but she won't eat cat treats. There's like one like all black cat who's like super shy of like everyone and like rarely lets anyone pet her, and like the only time she'll let me get near her is when I give her treats. Like, she likes treats. If she sees that I have treats in my hand, she'll be like, okay, I'll stick around for treats, but you better not touch me. So you can't like pet her or anything. On the topic of cats, I'll actually go into more lore. This is less Xanafied cat lore and more cat lore specifically. So back in high school, I actually watched a anime called Moonphase, which is a heavily cat-themed anime. Moonphase is like a small 26-episode anime about like a vampire that a vampire girl that basically dresses like a cat. And that was a pretty big deal when I was in high school. But anyway, I named my cat, my personal cat, after one of the characters from it. So there's like a cat in the anime that's called Haiji, and Haiji basically means Heidi in English. That's the like translation. So I named my cat Haiji after that cat from the anime. A lot of ancient raccoons out here. Oh, wet cat food, wet cat treats. That's the good stuff. Smells bad though. Oh, Philo, right? Isn't that her name, Philo? Yeah, I've seen like the first 2 seasons of that. Philo's my favorite character from Shield Hero. All the way. Best character. Irby, welcome to the stream. I actually need to catch up in Shield Hero. I don't think I finished Season 2. I watched like part of it, and I watched like all of Season 1. But I know there are like 3 or 4 seasons now or something like that. I need to get back into that. But yeah, Philo's cool. I even remember, like, in the forums, and like the Mabinogi forums, like, years ago, like, some people were talking about, like, possible, like, anime crossover events to do, and, like, there was talk about, like, what if they ever did, like, a Shield hero crossover, and I said, like, if they did, they better make Philo, like, a pet that we can buy. Because like Philo pulls a wagon in the show, so like it would make perfect sense if they released like a Philo pet that could like function like the alpaca, where like Philo could pull a wagon for like commerce in Mabinogi. I think that'd be so cool to have like a Philo commerce mount. Yeah, I think like me or someone else posted like a picture of like in the forums of like Philo when she transforms into like a big bird in front of the shop owner, and like the bald shop owner like freaks out. That was fun. I think I may have posted that image in the forums when I was talking about it. The closest thing we have to a big bird in Mabinogi is the Kokopo pet, which is another crossover pet. Basically, my stance on commerce is it's kind of boring until you get the horse wagon, because like the horse wagon is the first really fast mount, and then like after that it kind of picks up. So it's like commerce is a little bit of a grind and a little annoying in the beginning, but like it does get better. It's one of those things that starts out more difficult. As far as payment goes, it pays okay. Like if you do standard commerce like what I'm doing, like I was at a point where I was making, like I would commerce for around 4 or 5 hours on stream for practically the entire stream, and I was making around 1 million gold each time, just doing these low profit runs. If you choose to do bartering, bartering does pay out a lot more. But like with bartering, you have to either buy or collect the materials for the trade goods yourself. So bartering is, the reason I don't do bartering that much is because it requires a lot more effort on the player's end and is more for like serious traders. And then like airship commerce is very low effort and pays very well. Airship commerce does have to be done in groups, but if you can find a group to do it with, like, I've never driven one of the airships before, I've never had that role, but if you're just a passenger, it's super easy. It's like, on my elf character, I had a bow and dual guns equipped. I used my Mirage missile as an elf with its awesome range to, like, take care of the standard enemies, and then whenever the dragon showed up, you just pull out your dual guns and fire as many bullets as you can into the dragon, unless you're working one of the ballista bolt things. And then like the rest of the time during airship commerce, you're just sitting there waiting for the next enemy to show up, doing nothing, chatting with friendly players and stuff. It's very relaxing. Airship commerce, in my opinion, is extremely low effort. Just gotta find a group to do it with. I think I'll go back to Tilton and maybe do another run from there. Gotta get my merchant rating up in these spots. Also gotta get a little bit of gold back. Wait, what level am I with the, Oh, I could actually do the Baltane thing now if I wanted to. Yeah, on second thought, let's do the Baltane mission next. Work on that. Special unit. Oh right, and I need to give Connor her gift today. Let's see what we can do about Chain Slasher while we're here. Okay, so getting their likability up to 5 is for the explosion, and then I think Raging Spike, I just have to give Kana her gift to get the thing, which I can do today. Do I just give it to her like a normal item? I think I do. I could always give another one if I need to, but yeah, Monday's Kana's birthday. There we go. Yeah, it's your birthday. There you go. Yes, give me the book for Raging Spike. Excellent, thank you. That is very nice. Can I take Kana on out somewhere today? Okay. Where should I take Kana? I know what she likes at the library, so maybe I'll go there with her. Hana's very easy and predictable. I think she likes love stories. Wait a minute. Okay, this time they're giving me different book choices. I'll go with this one. Nice, her likability went up, that's good. I need to get her to level 5. Hopefully that won't take too long. Where am I at with Kana now? Oh good, she has a little heart over her head, so she's happy. We're still at level 3. I'll have to look up some tips on how to get that up later. But the important part is I have Raging Spike now, so that's all I mostly care about. Oh, I also have to do this part. Clear Phase 4 of Avalon Bridge. Ooh. Forgot about that. Right. Haven't done the first requirement yet. Alright, really quick, I'll be right back in a minute, and then we will do that Baltame mission, I guess. Okay, I'm back. Let's do the Baltame mission. This Mabinogi song that's playing right now reminds me of like something from a Final Fantasy game. so let's see. So yeah, for Raging Spike I have to do Avalon Bridge, stage phase 4. So we're gonna do that next, and we'll get that skill. I hope magic will be fast enough for that, but we're not gonna be doing an elite or anything like that. So Avalon Bridge, basic mode is fine. Let's see, I think I can place Kana somewhere. I don't know if I can place the other guys anywhere because I don't think I know them well enough. Command Squire, let's place one. Okay, so let's place Kana at... I think I want to place her at 3. So she'll be kind of just a little bit past the middle part, that way if any enemies get through me, she can take care of them. Can I place the others, or am I... Oh, I guess I can, cool. Oh wait, I don't have enough Crusader points, okay, so I can't. So it's this Kana then. Yeah, let's do this then. Can I get this charged up before I talk to him or not? Nice. Yeah, start. So I gotta last through phase 4. I may need something a little bit faster than Mage for this, but we'll see. At least Mage has power, so that's good. Zombies are a little bit faster than average zombies, but they're no major threat. It's nice that Kana's actually pretty reliable in this mission. More reliable than I thought she'd be. End of phase 1. I like this song. It has sort of like a nice like melody, and it's kind of like sad but at the same time like peaceful. Can I place someone else? Because I have a lot of points. I could place... Let's place Slogan. We got enough for him. I want to put him at... Let's put him at 6, a little bit closer to the action. Okay, there we go, and then let's get the fight on. Start defense. Oh cool, he has barrier spikes protecting him. So he's gonna use archery. Yeah, it was a good move picking Logan then because he's actually good at ranged combat, so he'll help me out with those little stragglers here. Let's get this guy, come on. Get the bear, get the bear, get the bear, get the bear. Dance of Death is also pretty good for keeping these zombies back in a tight spot. But so far none of them are getting close. Oh wow, phase 2 is considerably short. I got some points too, we can hire someone else. Probably a good idea to hire more as the enemies increase. Who we gonna place next? Let's get... I wonder why Elsie's so cheap, she doesn't cost anything. Let's get Cower next. I don't even remember if that squire is a boy or a girl. Let's put them at 5, right across from 6. Oh, I guess they're a male squire, okay. Alright, let's do it, let's go. This is phase 3, I think? Yeah. And we gotta get through 4. Okay, so he's gonna be archery too, that's perfect. We got 2 archers there, and then Kana can help me out with some of the close-up combat. I don't even know what any of these guys do, just for the record, like, I didn't even know they were archers. That's how little attention I pay to the squires. Those wolves are kind of fast, but they don't have a lot of defense. Oh geez, there's a lot more than this time. Hey! Oh, they actually got me. I think they went into the barrier. You're not getting through here. There we go. Okay, cool. Phase 3. Oh, I guess they didn't damage the barrier spikes. Nice. Yeah, that boar was pretty tough. I was gonna get him with Meteor, but like the wolves got in my way. Okay, I'm gonna pay for the 300 squire. They better be really good at their job if I pay for them. Place squire. Like, you cost 300, you better be a really good squire if you cost 300. Let's place you at number... Put you at number 8, we'll put you real close to the action. Like, they're the most expensive one, I hope she can do stuff. Let's see how she's placed. I don't know how she fights, so I want to see beforehand, so I'm prepared. Okay, yeah, so I think this is a pretty good lineup. We have close range over here, and close range over here, and then we have like 2 archers in the center. I think that's pretty good. Which gold is that? It's small change, I don't care about that much. Okay, round 4. This is when I have to survive to actually pass the quest. Ooh, we got some fast ones now. I'm more concerned about defending the ones that are like super close now. I'm letting them take care of most of the other stuff. Oh, didn't realize that guy was an enemy. I thought he was an ally for a second. I'm focusing on most of the stuff that's closer to me rather than going out. Ow, ow. Okay, we lost some health on the barrier spikes, but we're doing good. I think we'll pass from 4 pretty easily. I think that wolf is the last one because no one else is appearing. Yeah, the guys in robes are the bad guys now. The prophets. And there we go, I passed the thing for the quest. So now we gain knowledge about Raging Spike. I'll keep going though, I'll go as far as I can because I don't usually do this mission, so we'll give it our all until I fail or something. Okay, so let's hire Dai next. They're 240. I can afford them. And I'm gonna put you at... I need someone close by to take care of things. We're gonna put you at number 1. Someone to help me out with some of the crap up close. Alright, let's do it. Dance to death. Dance to death again. Break through these defenses. Dance to death again. Wow, they're really being picky about me using that. Look at this, I'm being swarmed. Okay, I think the bear's the last one, so we're definitely gonna pass this round, but yeah, we took some damage. Like, we took 1 damage from that other round, and we took like 7 damage this round, because we're at 22. Oh, mission clear, that's it? Come on, I wanted to fight more. That's disappointing. What the heck is Sean doing over here? Looks like he's using like pom-poms or something? No idea what's going on there. And like, when I move close to him, why do I hear the sound of water? Is he like trying to water bend or something, like from Avatar? I don't get it. Like, if I move further away from him, you don't hear the noise of water. And if I move closer, like, the sound of, like, water is, like, closer. He's a waterbender. Yeah, exactly. Push and pull. The waterbending technique. And yeah, I'm also a pretty big Avatar fan too. Like, I've seen all of The Last Airbender, I've seen all of the Korra series. You know, all that stuff. I want to start reading the comics, like the Avatar comics. I'm gonna start reading like what happens like after The Last Airbender. Like, I've seen little bits and pieces of the story, but I haven't really dedicated myself to reading it yet. One really good book that I'm in the middle of, like, I haven't started reading the Avatar story yet because, like, I'm in the middle of, The Shadow of Kyoshi. There are, like, 2 books written by, like, FCE. There's Rise of Kyoshi and Shadow of Kyoshi. There's like 2 about her, and I'm like in Shadow of Kyoshi, and I'm loving those books. They're amazing. They're like novels. It's really good. They give a ton of backstory about Kyoshi's character and like the struggles she went through as like the Avatar. And they also have some history about Avatar Karuk, the Avatar before her. He was like the lazy, go-with-the-flow, easygoing waterbending Avatar. Yeah, tons of backstory stuff. Because, like, you'll see Karuk in, like, the Sozin's Comet thing when Aang's, like, talking to the past avatars. And Karuk is like, I'm more a go-with-the-flow avatar. If I had taken my duties more seriously, yeah, the surfing dude. There's a lot more backstory about, like, him and, like, and like why he was such a failure as like an avatar, because like because Kyoshi has to commune with him. Yeah, and there's like a lot more to it. I don't want to give too much away, but like the story also involves his friends too. Like his team Avatar, his teammates are still like alive in like Kyoshi's book and stuff like that. So like you'll learn about like who he traveled with too, and like what happened between them. I highly recommend it. I am blown away by how good the book is. Yeah, both of them actually, and they're pretty long too. Like I think the second one's a little bit shorter. The first one's like 400 pages. The Rise of Kyoshi is like a little over 400 pages. It's super thick, super long. And then like I think the second one's like a little over 350 pages. I'm like almost at page 300. So I'm like nearly done with it. But yeah, it's the best. FCE also wrote books about Yang Chen. Those come next in the series. So like there's gonna be like a backstory about Yang Chen that I have to read. That's 2 books as well. I mean, who doesn't love Iroh? Like, Iroh's awesome. Yeah, Yang Chen was the airbender before Aang. And she was depicted as kind of kind of the perfect avatar, apparently. So, like, apparently Yang Chen didn't do a lot wrong, or if she did, apparently a lot of the public didn't know about that stuff. Oh yeah, like, so I'm not someone who cries easily, right? I don't like really cry about like the loss of characters in shows or anything like that. I'm just not that way. And I admit I didn't cry when about like Iroh or things like that, but like it did hit you in the feels, you know. It's like that scene makes you feel sad. Like that got me near close to tearing up. I mean, there aren't very many shows that can make me feel that much, right? Yeah, so I think, but yeah, I think the Kyoshi book is totally worth it. So when you hear about Kyoshi in The Last Airbender, you hear about like the big opponent that she took down, whoever that Earthbender was, who was like a huge threat. Kyoshi's backstory in the books is everything before that. Like, I have not heard anything about like the conqueror that she took down. Like, this is like her opponents before that guy, and like what people thought of Kyoshi before that, and what she thought of herself before that, and like it'll tell you everything about her, where she came from, why she dresses the way she dresses, why she wears her makeup the way she wears it, and like the history behind her outfit. So it also gives you a lot of insight into the Kyoshi warriors too. And I don't think it'll be what you're expecting. And I don't mean that in the bad way. I just, like, whatever you're kind of thinking it might be, it's a little different, and it's good. So yeah, if you ever read that book, let me know what you think of it, because I would love to talk about that on stream, absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing. In fact, I'm gonna say this: I could have finished the Shadow of Kyoshi a long time ago. I could have finished that like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I've been going through it chapter by chapter every couple of days on purpose. I've been going through it slower on purpose because I'm enjoying the story so much that I don't want it to end. I'm trying to savor it. Because it's like, if I finish the book, then I have to say goodbye to all these cool characters forever. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to reading the Yang Chen books next, because they're written by the same person. And then I guess someone else writes the 2 books about Roku. Like, Roku's the next one, and that one's gonna be a 2-story book as well. And like the second book about Roku comes out like in October, I think. So like only one of those books is out right now. And then like I don't know where they're gonna go after that. I don't know what Avatar they're gonna cover next, but I've heard the other books aren't quite as good, but like the Kyoshi story is peak. It is just, wow, it's good. I have to give it a solid 9 out of 10 to 10 out of 10 easily. There's very little I would change about the Kyoshi story. It's like, maybe the first book does take a little bit of... does have like a little bit of a slow pace, because they have to build things up. They have to build the world up a little bit. But like, once it gets rolling, it really gets rolling. Yeah, I found those on Amazon, so that's where I got them from. Yeah, I got the hardcover books, which do not disappoint. Like, the sleeves for the hardcover books look and feel amazing, and like, yeah, they're great. 50% off, go for it, man. I would at least recommend picking up the Kyoshi books. They are something else. And without giving too much away or anything, like, this is literally Kyoshi from the beginning. Just so you know, that like this is before she was like before she, you know, even knew she was the Avatar. Yeah, Rise of Kyoshi is the first one, and Shadow of Kyoshi is the second one. So you'll want to read Rise of Kyoshi first. That's literally her rise to like realizing that she's the Avatar and stuff. It's literally from like average person to Avatar. So it'll kind of let you see like the beginning of her life, where she came from, how she was raised, and why she does the things she does. I don't think you'll be disappointed. I do know the name, but I'm not gonna give it away. But my favorite character from the 2 Kyoshi books isn't Kyoshi herself. My favorite character is the firebending girl. There's a firebending girl in it that's like Kyoshi's friend, and like she's by far like my favorite character. I'm a bigger fan of her than even Kyoshi herself. I do relate to Kyoshi a little bit more though, like her personality, but she's not my favorite character. Chill. Yeah, okay. I could go with chill. I'm not sure if that describes her perfectly, but you know, call it what you want. Man, I like the. I'll say this, like, so I'm more of a visual learner, you know, like, honestly, that's why I prefer watching things more than like actually reading like textbooks, because like I like to. I learn a little bit better through like actually seeing like visuals rather than picturing things in my head from being like described. So like I actually looked up on the after I read like most of the first book, I read up on like the wikis of like some of the characters from Rise of Kyoshi, from Shadow of Kyoshi. I looked up some of the characters on like the wiki so I could see what they looked like, because they do have designs for them on like the wiki, but I wouldn't do that until you've like read like some of the books first. But like I wanted to actually put a face to a lot of the characters that I was actually reading about. It was that good. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I hope it doesn't disappoint. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I really do hope that like that you get just as much out of the book as I did, because like it's, in my opinion, some of the best Avatar story I've read in like a long time. Yeah, it's just like, it's everything you wanted to know about Kyoshi, more or less. Like, that's like the purpose of this series of books. It's to like fill in the details about like the past Avatars, like lives and adventures, you know, like their struggles. Not just the major opponent that they took down in their day and what they were generally like, but what they were like from beginning to end, and every opponent they faced, and like that's what these series of books is about, from like what I've grasped. Who their teammates were, who they depended on, where they came from. Because like before, all we knew about Kyoshi was like some people didn't like her and accused her of a crime, and she took down that really powerful earthbender and separated her island, and she had big feet. aside from that, we didn't know that much about her, let alone, like, what she was like when she was, you know, before she realized how special she was. And good news, if you like the political side of Avatar, the books are very political, in my opinion. Like, there's still all that, you know, the debates between the kingdoms and, like, the four nations and stuff like that, and all that. There's still, like, a lot of socializing and stuff. They don't skip on any of that. Yeah, so there's, like, info about all that, too. So they'll definitely go into the politics of Avatar as well. Yeah, like politics, Kyoshi's past, and spirit world stuff. Like those are kind of what the book seems to center around. Besides Kyoshi's struggles. Yeah, if you like the spirit world stuff of Avatar, like, that's in there too. Like, the Avatar is supposed to, like, be a medium between, like, all those things. Which one, Jinora? I think, like, Tenzin's daughter Jinora was more of the, yeah. Like, she was kind of the prodigy out of all of them. I'm gonna be, like, completely real, like, I don't like Korra that much. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't like Korra that much. As, like, an Avatar, I don't like her personality, I don't like some of the things that she's done as the Avatar, and anything like that. I'm honestly more interested in the Avatar world around her that Aang left behind than Korra herself, if that makes sense. Like, I love that the Air Nomads came back. You know, Season 3, I think, was my favorite season of Korra, all in all. I think Season 3 was by far the best. Like, I loved Zahir as a villain. Zahir was awesome. Like, because he not only has, like, some messed up, like, sense of justice, but, like, he's, like, the perfect example of what would happen if an air nomad turned evil. Or at least, like, had, like, a darker approach to things. Like, I thought that the way he, like, ended the Earth Queen was so cool. Because it's like, think about how terrifying airbending really is. Like, you can actually take the air out of someone like that. That's just, like, no air nomad would actually ever do that, but they actually have that kind of power. Well, I mean, he was an airbender, he just wasn't an air nomad. He became an airbender, he just wasn't, like, a traditional air nomad. He just didn't live like them, but he had the gift that they did. You know? And he followed most of their customs, because he obtained the ability to gain natural ability to fly without a glider when he let go of all attachments. So yeah, I thought Zahir was, like, a very interesting villain on multiple levels. Honestly, the thing that angers me the most about Season 1 is that the Equalists were an underused plot. I think they could have done way more with Amon and the Equalists. They could have made Amon way more interesting by keeping his identity a secret, and the Equalists could have easily become the second Fire Nation as far as, like, a villain goes. Like, personally, I think that Season 1 should have ended with Amon remaining a secret and conquering Republic City, and Korra and the Air Nomads going on the retreat. Like, I think Season 1 should have ended with Amon conquering Republic City, and then Korra going back and taking him out later. And then, when Korra's, like, running, she could be hiding in the North Pole where it's hard to get to her, and then help Unalaq or whatever with the Spirit World crap, and mess all that crap up. Because obviously it's going to take a long time for Amon to expand his army and conquer the whole world with the Equalists, so they would have time to do that. And then Season 3, we could see, like, Amon and the Equalists growing in numbers, and the threat of Zahir after Harmonic Convergence. And then, like, we could even see how, like, maybe Zahir and Amon would interact with their different ideals and stuff like that. I think that would have been 100 times better. So yeah, I think the Equalists were greatly underused. They could have gone a lot farther with that. I just think they didn't. Like, yeah, imagine Zahir and Amon having, like, a conversation on some sort of, like, footing, where, like, Zahir maybe hates Amon for taking away people's bending, but at the same time, maybe a few of their ideals and, like, sense of justice, like, align a little bit. I don't know, I mean, like, Season 4, I could take it or leave it. Like, Season 4 was okay, Kuvira was a little crazy, but like, I don't know, she wasn't the best villain. I think, like, Season 4 was better than Season 2, but it wasn't better than Season 3. I hear the next Avatar thing is going to be more futuristic. Like way more futuristic, apparently. I don't know how I feel about that. I hear it's going to be about a one-legged Earth girl. Like, and this is just rumors, so I have no idea, but I think it's going to be about, like, some sort of, like, earthbending Avatar girl that has, like, a missing limb or something, like a missing leg or whatever, and uses, like, earthbending to compensate or whatever. I don't know. Maybe a false rumor I heard, I have no idea, but, you know, that's just what I remember hearing. I mean, the last big earthbending Avatar was Kyoshi. But yeah, it'd be Earth is the next one. Yeah, Kyoshi was Earth. It's kind of funny when I think about it, because, like, I look at Korra, and, like, she really isn't too much different from Karuk. Both of them were kind of failures as avatars. Like, it's kind of sad to think about, but we haven't heard about one great waterbending avatar yet. Like, Karuk was kind of a failure, and Korra made a lot of mistakes. They don't have a very good rep in the Water Tribe. And there's a lot of like things I disagree with. Like, I don't think every mistake that Korra made was her fault, but she definitely made, like, a lot of bad choices when she didn't have to. Like, I think the only part I really liked about Season 2 was the parts, like, the two-parter about Avatar 1, and that's about it. I did like how they talked about, like, Avatar 1 and did it in that, like, shell-shaded style for, like, that one. I thought that was kind of cool to make it stand out a little bit more. And, like, the details about, like, the spiritual side with, like, the spirit realm being more involved and stuff. And even though like the four nations didn't really exist back then, I still technically consider Avatar Juan to be like a firebending avatar, because it's like fire was his first element, and the lion tortoise, the lion turtle thing that they like communed with and got their bending from was a firebending turtle. So, I mean, like, I consider him Fire Nation. Yeah, I liked Juan's character. I think the way they handled that was fine, but like I think they should have handled the end of season 2 a little bit differently. Juan isn't my complaint. And there's a lot of other things I do think they did right, like Toph, for example. Like, Season 4 Toph, I'm glad they didn't change her character that much. She was still the very same tomboyish, bitter type of person that could kick the Avatar's butt. And that was perfect. That's the way she's supposed to be. Like, Toph is definitely one of my favorite, like, airbender characters. And if she was in more of Legend of Korra, then she would definitely be in my top, like, Korra characters, too. I think it was an interesting idea that, like, she would end up living in the swamp, though, because, like, Aang had visions of her there before he met her, and, like, the tree being connected to everything, and her being able to use her earthbending sight to, like, see all around the world. That was a really cool way to write her character in Korra. I think the only parts I didn't like about Toph and Korra were like the police parts. I feel like her character was portrayed as being a little too uptight when she was like chief of police. She felt a little bit less like Toph and like a little bit more of like a little bit more of a commander. But I get it. She had responsibilities and stuff. And we didn't see that much of her when she was actually a cop, other than like her flashbacks with her daughters. And yeah, she was trained by badger moles. I think the flashbacks handled Sokka pretty well. They showed like how much Sokka matured and like how he would still tell like stories about his trusty boomerang and stuff like that, but he was a little bit more serious and didn't make as many childish jokes. They did a good job like aging him up. I mean, Sokka was in Korra. He was in the flashbacks, you know? Like, he was there. Only for like 5 minutes, but he was there. But yeah, he didn't live. Yeah. Like Zuko was still alive, Katara, Toph. I think Momo, Appa, Aang, and Sokka were the only ones that like weren't alive in Korra's timeline. And without giving like too much away about the Kyoshi books, you will be pleased to know that there are Sky Bison in it, so don't worry about that. You'll still get your Sky Bison fill in those books. Another thing I think they did wrong with Korra was Naga was significantly underused. Like, if you really think about it, how many scenes was Naga really that useful in? As, like, Korra's pet. They basically traded Naga for a Sato mobile. You know, one of those cars. I think that was like a fatal flaw with like Korra, because it's like your animal companion is supposed to be essential to you as an avatar. I mean, you think about how many situations where like Appa was useful. Like Appa wasn't just useful, like he was essential. And, like, the desert episode does a good job showing that, because, like, when they don't have Appa, it really shows how much they really depended on him and needed him. I mean, that's just for travel purposes. Like, he was also... Appa was, like, very good at combat, too. Like, Appa kicked butt in a few. Like, there were times when, like after he got out of, like, Logai, didn't he, like, fly through, like, a stone wall created by earthbenders? He just, like, rammed it and kicked the crap out of him. The thing that makes me kind of sad is, like, if you think about, like, Appa as a character, Sky Bison are not portrayed as violent creatures. Like, Sky Bison are naturally peaceful by nature, so, like, I think, like, it was a bigger adjustment for Appa than it was for even Aang. Like, you know, he wakes up 100 years later, and suddenly everyone's shooting fireballs at him and stuff. Like, poor guy, like... Sky Bison are naturally not violent. They don't want to fight. They don't want to pick fights. They don't want to be, like, abused or anything like that, but, like, he had to, like, learn to adapt and, like, kick butt. But it's like, you can see how scary a Sky Bison is when they actually do fight, but I don't think he ever wanted to. I think he was just like, hey, I want to be friends with everyone, but, like, the Fire Nation wasn't like that. Felt bad for him. I mean, I'll tell you, the Last Airbender, the only scene that got me close to crying or close to tearing up, it didn't quite get me there, but it almost did, is in Appa's Lost Days, where he has, like, a memory of, like, meeting Aang for the first time, and, like, the woman there is like, remember, a Sky Bison is a friend for life. Like, that got me emotional. Like, the bonds, like, between Appa and Aang was, like, deeper than it is with, like, most animals. I think that was good, though. Like, they definitely did things to push Aang. I think when Aang spoke to Yang Chen did make a good point. Like, as like an airbender, you can't, as like an avatar airbender, you can't just, like, seclude yourself from the world and, like, honor all airbending traditions, because your duty is for the world, and sometimes that means, like, sacrificing like some of what you've been, like, raised to, like, stand by. So Yang Chen did, like, kind of make a good point. Like, you can't always live like an air nomad as the avatar. You can't just detach yourself from the world and obtain eternal enlightenment, because it's like, your duty is to the world. That's like a really hard concept for like an airbender avatar to understand. I mean, I'm glad he found a way to like end the war in his own way, with like still honoring his air nomad like ideals. But like, even Aang had to admit that the air nomads needed to change. Like in the comic books, I don't know too much about them, but like Aang like a group called the Air Acolytes wants to like honor air nomad culture, and you see them in the Korra thing, and like he admitted that like the air nomads need to change. The air, like, if he wants to keep his beliefs and ideals alive, they have to be open to change and involve themselves in the world more. So he had to open himself up and like teach people like airbending customs and let them in and let them form their own group. He had to be open to the fact that like things were different. So I think some of what Yang Chen did stick with him. From what I read in reviews, I've heard that like the story about Yang Chen it's good, but it's different. It's not like the Kyoshi story from what I've heard. It's like, it's good, but it's like, it has a different feel to it than the Kyoshi books, I guess. But yeah, I'm still interested in reading about her character. I'm moving on to the Yang Chen books next, if I ever finish the Kyoshi one. Which I probably will at some point. I'm going to, like, I'm almost at page, like, 300, like I said, so, like, I'm probably gonna try and finish it in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just gonna finish up the last chapters, you know? And then move on to something else. Then I'll take a... After I finish the Kyoshi books, I'm thinking I want to read the comic books for a little bit, and then, like, and then I'm gonna go back and read the Yang Chen stuff, like, a little bit later. Take like a month or two break before I read the Yang Chen stuff. That's my plan. Yeah, but I'm diving much deeper into like the Avatar universe these days. Like, I think that reading the Kyoshi books has inspired me to dive deeper into the Avatar universe again. Like after Last Airbender and after Korra, I kind of lost interest for a few years, and then like I started reading the Kyoshi books, and like that makes me want to read all the comics. It makes me want to like dive deeper into the character's story. So, it's good. Because the world of Avatar has always been really good. I'm a little nervous about them making the next Avatar series like too futuristic though, because it's like the Avatar stuff is supposed to be like more of a fantasy world. So I'm hoping they don't lose their vision by making, like, the world, like, too futuristic or whatever. Like, I still want it to be a relatively medieval-ish fantasy. Even if, like, the times evolve and, like, there's, like, more technology and stuff, I don't want to ruin the world. I have heard rumors that, like, so the other things I've heard about, like, the one-legged earthbending girl avatar is that it takes place in a very futuristic world that, like, got completely destroyed. So in other words, the four nations are essentially gone. There's, like, only, like, a couple of big sanctuaries all over the world that are safe, and everything else is, like, apocalyptic. I don't know how I feel about that. And, big surprise, I also hear that it's Korra's fault. I hear that something that Korra does is what causes the world to spiral into chaos like that. I think, like, as like, you dive deeper into, like, the stories about, like, avatars and stuff, I think the more you realize that they're not, like, direct reincarnations of each other. Like, Korra and Aang are very, very different characters. In reality, the only thing that they really share in common is, like, the Rava stuff. The Rava, the spirit, it seems like passes to, like, another avatar, another person that's very similar to the other ones. But even though they're kind of similar, the only parts about each avatar that seems to be similar is their overall sense of, like, justice. There's very little about, like, each avatar's personality that's, like, really a direct copy. Like, they're all still, like, very different people. They just, like, have the same, like, sense of justice in mind. Because without going too far into it, like, in the books about Kyoshi, you'll learn a lot about Kyoshi and a lot about Karuk that, like, Aang would never approve of. Like, there are some things that, like, you know that, like, Aang would never do. And that's, like, what sets them apart as, like, characters, because you know, like, Aang would never do this, but, like, these people aren't Aang. They're Aang's past lives, maybe, but they're not directly him, and Aang's not directly them either. They're still different people with different intentions and different views on the world. I think it's less that. I don't think it's that they get wiped, because, like, the past avatars are still in the spirit world. They can all talk to the current avatar. I think what it more of is that they're all the avatars are very similar people that have a very similar sense of justice and a vaguely similar personality, but they're still vastly different, and the only thing is, like, it's almost like they're all linked by, like, an invisible spiritual chain. They're just like-minded people that are connected by like a spiritual rope. But they're not the same. They're definitely all different, and the more avatars I learn about, the more I see that in the story. It makes it a little bit easier for me to tolerate Korra's character too, because while I still don't like her, it's like now I don't really expect her to be an exact copy of Aang or similar to Aang in any way whatsoever. Whereas before, I'm sure a lot of people wanted Aang's reincarnation to be a lot like him in many ways. But yeah, so far the Air Nomads have like a really good track record though. Like, Aang was one of the most successful avatars in history, aside from the fact that he slept through like the 100 years of war. Like, that was really his only big mistake in the world. But like, Aang and Yang Chen were darn near perfect avatars. I'm kind of curious to see if Yang Chen's as perfect as, like, she appears to be, though. Like, I want to see if, like, Yang Chen really was as perfect as, like, she's depicted, or if she's actually, like, if like, that's just an image that she has to let the public keep of her, and, like, she's really actually way more flawed than she actually shows. I'm very curious to see, like, how that plays out. There is also, like, I think it's been confirmed that Aang being frozen for so long shortened his lifespan. That's why he died so young. Because he was, like, because he had to stay in the Avatar state when he was frozen for 100 years. And I've heard that, like, that shortened his life. And when you think about it, that does actually make sense, because, like, Aang looks like he died when he was, like, 60. Whereas, like, a lot of Air Nomads, like, lived until their hair turned gray. Apparently, avatars are supposed to have a pretty long lifespan. Like, if you look on the wiki, Kyoshi lived, like, nearly 300 years. So avatars are supposed to actually have a longer than average lifespan, but certain things that they do can cut that lifespan short. Like, I think Kyoshi lived over a century. If you, like, look on her wiki page, she was old. And, like, Roku, I don't know how long a typical firebender lives, but, like, Roku died partly because of health problems with the volcano and stuff, but, like, even Roku, like, he lived until he was, what, like 80 or something? You know, he had gray hair. Like, without the volcano gas, Roku probably could have lived as long as Sozin. And Sozin lived, you know, like, Aang was born, and, like, they show a scene of Sozin going over Aang frozen, so Aang was frozen when he was 12, so it's, like, obvious that Sozin lived another 12 years after Aang's death, minimum. So what my theory is that Sozin probably lived to be close to 120, or probably lived to be like around like 20 years after Aang was born. So, like, I think about 20 years after Aang was born, like 12 years until he got frozen, 8 years after, and then, like, Azulon was like Fire Lord for probably, like, what, 70, 80 years of the time Aang was asleep. And then we have Ozai taking over when Zuko was just a kid. Like, really, Ozai only took power as Fire Lord, like, about 10, 12 years before Aang thawed out. I was okay with, like, the level of advancement in technology in Korra. I felt like it wasn't, like, overly, like, progressive. Like, benders were still the most relevant part of it. I was okay with most of the technology, honestly. Like, Republic City wasn't that bad. I really liked the way Air Temple Island was done. I think Air Temple Island was a good solution because, like, Aang had responsibilities in Republic City, but at the same time he needed to, like, tend to his air nomad culture, so, you know, why not build a place that's kind of close to where he works, but still far enough away to, like, where it can still be considered a place for air nomad traditions. I think the one thing I didn't like about the technology progression was how they, like, made lightning bending so common. Like, they have that one, scene where, like, Mako gets, like, an extra job using his lightning bending to fuel a generator. Like, really, lightning bending is that common now? Like, it was supposed to be this kind of rare, deadly art. The whole lava bending thing was pretty cool. I was okay with that. I think it'd be kind of cool if they had, like, an avatar that mastered all the other variants of bending, like swamp bending, blood bending, things like that. The thing is, though, like, an air nomad probably would never feel comfortable using swamp bending or blood bending. Because it's like, if you think about it, like, both kind of go against everything that Aang is, like, grown to, like, believe. Because even swamp bending is technically controlling, like, the fluid in plants and stuff, and air nomads might have, like, the thought where it's wrong to forcibly control nature and other things that are alive, even if they're not, like, animals. I don't think air nomads would ever approve of like an avatar from their side using bloodbending as a weapon, because it's like it's like forcibly taking control of someone else when they're not typically raised to be that way. XP is coming in pretty slow now. I think we'll stop at A3. There we go. Go ahead and retreat after this one. It's good enough. Yeah, but there are a couple Avatar things I want to get to. Like, I not only want to catch up in those backstory books, but like I want to catch up in the Avatar comics. There aren't that many Korra comics, but I am gonna read those too eventually. There's like maybe like 6 to 10 Korra comic books or something like that, and then like there are like 3 like Chronicle books. For like Avatar, I want to read those too one day. Okay, that's enough try-hard leveling. We're gonna focus the rest of the stream on leveling up Raging Spike, since I finally have that, and I need to train it up. I don't need these doll bag summons anymore. So, Raging Spike, where's that at? Here we go, rank F. Go ahead and put that on 3, is it? Yeah, we'll put that there. And then the last skill that we'll get, we'll put there. We gotta get Kana to level 5 for that. And since zombies make great training dummies, we're gonna train Enter Nanog. So let's go over there. I'll summon 1 doll bag for this. Pick up some of the gold. So what are the requirements? It hits. That's easy enough. Got some ancients out here, that's good. Let's take that up. Wait, what hit that? Is there someone else out here? Oh, my pet! My pet's doing stuff. Forgot I didn't cancel the summon. Already rank B, so this is pretty easy to train up. Let's get those zombies. Okay, rank A. Okay, rank 9. And now I actually have to build a Torcha. Kind of a shame I don't have Dark Diviner now, because Dark Diviner has like a skill that can turn like your mana into Dorcha, and like a skill that can turn Dorcha into mana. So it's pretty handy for building up Dorcha quickly. Ancient would be a good whipping target to get some Dorcha back. Okay, now we're all set. Rank 8. Yeah, it's happened to me before too. I've had like times where I'll like be falling asleep when like playing a video game or something. That happens when I get really tired. Pass right out of my computer chair. Actually, most of the time when I get sleepy sitting in my computer chair, I'm not playing games most of the time I do that. It's kind of annoying though. Like, sometimes if I'm playing like a really good game and I get sleepy, I'm like, darn it, I want to focus right now, but I'm blocking out too much to focus. Most of the time, luckily, it's just if I'm like watching like someone else's stream or something. And like, that's fine, it's like whatever. Fall asleep during a show, who cares? Can rewatch it. The Flying Mastery box? Let's see. I probably did already use it. I don't think I have. Yeah, I think I did. Ah, how did I grab that? Put that back in here. Rank 5, wow. Okay, we gotta build up some Dorcha. Let's see. Not too much more to go here. Okay, rank 4. Okay, luckily the number of enemies never really matters for this one. Ow. Oh, that time you even have a counter thing above your head. Sometimes these zombies are pretty tricky. Oh, that one did though. Walked right into that one. Okay, now we're ready. Use this. Oh, there is someone else here. I'll go to this side of the graveyard. Ow, ow, ow! Mean zombie. Okay, rank 3. Luckily, we're pretty much done. Just 2 more ranks to go. Yeah, I even see the counter one above that one's head. Some of these zombies, they try and trick you. Yeah, these zombies don't always play fair. Most of the time they do, but sometimes they cheat. Which is okay, they don't do that much damage. I guess when you've been cheated out of your life, the most you can do is cheat in your afterlife. Rank 2. Okay, one more. Rina Hazumi, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, I'm training up Raging Spike. Using these zombies as my training dummies. Alright, rank 1. I probably still need to get the other skill to get that talent to the Grandmaster, I imagine. Yeah, we're still only a champion, so there's still Wise and Master. We gotta learn that last skill. It's kind of a pain getting the Squire's like ability up. Yeah, I come to Turnanog a lot to train up skills and also make a little bit of gold. I think Turnanog has a lot of replay value. It's a pretty good training spot. At least I got Raging Spike today, so that's good. What level? I think I have to get to level 10 and unlock the first link to get those explosive Vanguard skills. What level is the thing? We're like level 3 right now. Just started that today. I can only use these daily at 7 AM, right? So we can't use one of those now. Let's do Rebirth, and then we'll do like a little bit of commerce, and then we'll wrap things up. Let's rebirth into the treasure hunter talent. These are free during the master plan event, so we'll do that. Alright, so we're gonna do some trading from E-Main. I think I'll use magic skills. So, staff. It's also another reason why I want to get Dark Diviner, because I usually use like magic skills and Dark Diviner a lot when I do commerce. Butterbeer, what's that worth? 43 in Tailton? I guess we'll take that there then. So I think I'm gonna head to Tailton with this, and then we'll probably make like one run to Bangor from Tailton after that, and I think that'll be it. Oh, can't avoid bandits here. That's kind of the problem with the Osna Sale area, is if bandits show up, it's not always possible to dodge them. Okay, we'll go this way. And enter through the south entrance to Tailton. Hey, it's an ancient. Let's get him. There. If I had Dark Diviner, that would almost feel like cheating for commerce because of like Thunderblight. I swear that makes like commerce so effortless, even Master Bandits don't even stand a chance. Everything just dies with like no effort. These bandits are probably pretty strong since I'm close to Tailton. Let's fight them. Oh no, they're still not veteran rank or anything. Okay. Huh. I wonder if I need points on his transformation. Probably. The human. The boss human. There we go. One thing I do wish they would kind of bring back in Mabinogi is the Nako Commerce event. I missed that. That was fun, with, like the red bandits and the red badges. And they had like groups of like red bandits that like showed up at like certain times in the day and like mobs in front of like certain towns. They only did that event twice. Anyone using the farmlands these days? Farmlands are free now, you don't need like premium service to like plant stuff out here anymore. I don't see anything though. Let's fight these bandits. Let's hope they're more of a challenge. Come on, at least be veteran level. No? Nah, that's disappointing. I'll probably get tougher when I get to some of the more valuable goods. Ooh, I leveled up my seasonal ranking thing. don't know why that keeps appearing way too far off to the side. Like it needs to come to the left more. There we go. So for seasonal rewards, we get the 100,000 seasonal ducats. That's nice. I forget how much a camel is. Camels are like seasonal, so you have to like rent them like each season. But I don't think I can rent them here. How much is the elephant? 350? Okay, I have like 250. I don't quite have enough for the elephant yet. Okay, we're gonna run this to, where's this valuable at? Vanguard? Yeah, okay, that's what I was assuming. So, we're gonna run this to Vanguard, and then we're probably gonna wrap up the stream after that. How much has my Arcana gone up since I leveled up, and since I did my rebirth? Okay, we're close to level 4 with that, so that's good. And actually, before I forget, today is Monday, so I gotta buy my fine leather from the Adventure Seal shop, so... Since that's pretty close by, we'll stop here for a second. I think it's like 18 Adventure Seals or something like that. Yeah, grabbed homestead seeds. Let's go down here. Yeah, 18 Adventure Seals for a stack of 10, and we can sell that on the auction house for a nice price. So I'll do that later. And let's make our way to Vanguard. I couldn't avoid that band encounter. Yeah, there's still no match. It's kind of funny how I can see like my tail sticking through the bottom of the cart there. Like I think the only way I can completely hide that is if I have the camera up like this. But then it kind of lessens my vision in the front, so I don't really like that. I guess I just have to put up the tail clipping through. Just one of those, you know, cat problems gotta put up with. Cattails are annoying, they're always in the way, they're knocking things over. That's how it is. Oh yeah. Cattails are nothing but trouble. And this is actually an official cattail too. Like this is the cat Sid tail. There's a pet that has like a tail just like that. The cat Sid pets. Let's see if I can find one of them. Like here's one that's kind of a similar color. Like it's tail of these guys. The little flying cats. I picked the cat Sid tail because I'm like, wait a minute, their cat Sid tails have like that golden thing like right there, and that's kind of fitting for like this character because he's wearing mostly like gold Egyptian stuff anyway, so like that would kind of work. It'll kind of match his armor a little bit. I guess it's not really what a lion tail would look like, but there aren't that many tails that can pass as like a lion tail in this game anyway, so whatever, I'll take it. Yeah, as much as I possibly can be. I don't know if I already disclosed this Xanafiedlion lore or not, but the reason why Xanafiedlion is like an ancient Egyptian that like enjoys coffee, like the reason why coffee is his gimmick is because like he almost died before he came to Erin. So you know, when you die, the body goes cold. And that's sort of the excuse why I think Xanafiedlion might like coffee, is because he drinks coffee as like something that didn't exist in his time, but it makes him happy, it gives him energy, and it warms him up too. And like that might be part of the reason why, is because it's like a hot beverage, and he like prefers things that are like that are hot, because like if he's feeling hot, then he's not feeling dead. And like if he's in like a snowy area like Vales, he doesn't like it as much because it's like it reminds him of like how he felt like when he was like bleeding out. Yeah, exactly. Trauma is what it is. So Xanafiedlion doesn't like feeling cold because like, I mean, I don't know what's like nearly die, but I imagine if you died of like blood loss or something, you'd feel all that warm like blood like leaving your body, and you probably feel cold. So yeah, that's why Xanafiedlion has a coffee obsession, because in ancient Egypt, I mean, they did have sweets, but they mostly just had like a few like basic sweeteners for stuff, so they didn't really have like a lot of the candies and stuff that they have today, you know? So he likes coffee and like sweet things like that. And even though I don't equip it that much, that's also why he has the ice crown, because so like here's blue Xanafiedlion. So like I even have lore about how like if Xanafiedlion is like near death in Erin, his skin will turn blue temporarily, sort of like a zombie, and he goes into like blind rages. It like numbs the pain because he's like remembering his state of being like near death, and it's sort of like a near death state for him. Like he's resurrecting from the dead. He looks kind of like an unwrapped mummy in this one, you know? So I kind of have like lore about that written for him too. And that's why I gave him the ice crown, because it turns your skin blue like that. And like apparently that's like a state of, I've written that as like a state of mind thing for him though, because when Xanafiedlion feels like he's near death in Erin, it traumatizes him and reminds him of the time that he nearly died in his own world. So like that's what causes his skin to turn blue. I've written that like he's gone to other healers and stuff, and like they all say he's fine, and it's just like a state of mind thing where he just, it's so traumatizing that it causes a harmless physical effect like that. Yep, Xanafiedlion has a lot of lore. But here, this is all the lore I've written on him. So like, just about every one of these notepad documents is lore about Xanafiedlion or a member of his like family, or lore about like all the Xanafied cat stuff too, like the true Xanafied cat that explores. And the keys thing that explores a lot of lore about like all the Xanafied cats and like Xanafiedlion's connection to them. So I got tons of lore written for this guy. I mean, like the way all the Xanafied characters are connected is like it's less of a family situation and more of they formed a team because of like the common condition they have that makes them Xanafied. And I made like the list of likes and dislikes for practically all my characters, like so yeah, Xanafiedlion loves coffee because it wasn't in ancient Egypt. He enjoys candy and other sweet foods because like most sweets there was sweetened with honey, so like there's a much larger option for him in Aaron. He likes new technology and magic because you see a lot of that in Aaron and you don't see a lot of that in ancient Egypt, so he's kind of childlike when he sees that stuff. Well, in ancient Egypt, like, they did have, like, gold and stuff, but, like, I think it was less of a currency system for a while there, and, like, a lot of people also traded, you know, like, in the really ancient days. Like, sometimes you would just barter with people and, like, trade goods. And a lot of people in ancient Egypt were, like, farmers. A lot of his family were farmers. And of course, you know, he likes eating fish of all kinds and stuff like that because, you know, he's a cat, so why wouldn't he like most types of fish? And like it goes into like he doesn't like tea, but he like this is actually a difference between Xanafied cat and Xanafiedlion. Xanafied cat prefers tea, Xanafiedlion prefers coffee. So they have like that kind of difference. And it's funny because Xanafiedlion comes from a fairly rich family, so he also likes things that are like cheap, like ramen and stuff, because he's so common. But like that's something that like his family from ancient Egypt would never approve of because it's such a like cheap such a cheap like food. It's not fancy at all. And Xanafiedlion doesn't really drink at all. Like, he only drinks wine because it reminds him of, like, the wealthy family that he once had. So, like, he only drinks it on rare occasions to remember the family that he lost because he, like, still cares about them. Even though he didn't like the way they acted, he still cared about his family, and, he still liked it, so... Oh, his story isn't... well, okay, his story's a little tragic, but, I've written lore on my non-streaming character, and I outright bully her. Like, her story's, like, just... I'm mean to her. I purposely wrote her for failure. I don't know how deep I want to go on, like, my main character's lore that I don't stream with, but, like, I mean, like, my non-streaming character, the story that I wrote for her is, like, she basically grew up, like, homeless in the streets of Tara and was raised by cats for, like, 5 years. And that's just, like, the easygoing stuff. That's not even, like, the really big deal stuff. Yeah, so it's like... if you think I'm mean to Xanafiedlion, no. Xanafiedlion is just a guy who's, like... who wants to live an average life that, has gone through some stuff, and, like, my other character, it's like, sometimes I think I'm a little too mean to her. Xanafiedlion is designed to be relatable. He's designed to be someone that's, like, even though he comes from, like, a high place, he wants to be common and relatable. And all the Xanafied characters are kind of like that. They're all, like, they all want to live fairly average lives, but they're still very different. Was the backstory the first document I wrote on him? It must be. I think I wrote his backstory first, before I wrote, like, the stuff about, like, Aachen in like, general, and then I wrote, like, this. So I probably made, like, the backstory, then this, then, like, the likes and dislikes, and then I sort of just branched out into everything else. The mythical tale of Aachen is supposed to be, like, I took the name Aachen and just, like, altered it a little, and, like, Aachen is supposed to look a lot like Xanafiedlion. He's supposed to be, like, Xanafiedlion, or Aachen, is supposed to be the reincarnation of Aachen. So, Aachen is, like, probably the oldest known member of the, like, Sokar family, and Xanafiedlion, or Aachen, is supposed to be his, like, reincarnation about 1,000 years later. Although, like, Xanafiedlion has, like, no knowledge of this whatsoever. He's just an average dude that loves cats and being common. In fact, most of his family don't even, like, realize their connection to, like, the mythical warrior. He's just sort of like a thing I wrote for more backstory. Prophecy was about, like, his prophecy, like how he came to be. So this is this sort of, like, Aachen's, like, views on everything. Like, people knew about him before he was born, because they knew that, like, Aachen would be reincarnated. And then, like, in the land of Aaron, where everyone's considered immortal, there's, like... because you become, like, a demigod, you become, like, a hero, you become, like, a full god in Aaron eventually. So how does Xanafiedlion perceive himself, right? Well, he doesn't want to be your hero, he doesn't want to be a god or a pharaoh. He just wants to be, like, an average dude who just, like, helps people out. And he's very humble about that. And then, like, I also have, like, the Egypt or Aaron thing where, like, what if he survived the war that he was in before he went to Aaron? And what if he stayed in ancient Egypt what if he stayed in ancient Egypt instead of going to Aaron? And, like, how would that turn out? That's, like, a little column about that right there, that little paragraph. But even if he did remain in Aaron, he would still have no desire to be, like, a pharaoh or anything like that, because it'd feel like being, like, sort of in a prison where his movements would be sort of limited, you know? Yeah, it's just sort of like exploring, like, an alternative to, like, what happened if he didn't go to Aaron and have these awesome adventures, like, what would happen, you know? Yeah, exactly. Aaron is definitely his ticket to freedom. And then I also have, like, actually it's a little bit hard to see if I'm blocking it, but, here, let's do that. And I also have, like, Bastet's Blessing, because Bastet was, like, she was, like, the cat goddess. So, Xanafiedlion can turn into a Egyptian cat in Aaron, and, like, I wrote lore about, like, how Bastet, like, gave him that sort of, like, cat power without him even, like, knowing it. Man, I had so much fun writing this stuff for him. Like, once in a while I would just, like, be like, hey, I'm gonna make this part about Xanafiedlion, and then I would spend, like, 20-30 minutes, like, typing up one of these documents about him. Yeah, it's just sort of like that. Like, he's not your pharaoh, he's not your hero, and he's no god. Like, he's just, like, an average dude that helps people out, and, like, he just happens to have, like, these connections that he's not even aware of. Yeah, exactly. And I expressed that even if he did know about all those things, that, he wouldn't care. He would still be as humble as he always is. He wouldn't really care even if, like, he was told all this or knew the prophecies. Because he doesn't believe that determines your entire future. Yeah, and, like, backstory, this was one of the earliest things that I wrote for him, where, like, entering Aaron and how he almost dies, and then all that. New life in Aaron, where he actually goes there and kind of believes that Aaron is, like, a form of the afterlife for him. Because, like, Egyptians believe in, like, an afterlife, so it makes sense that if, like, Xanafiedlion went to Aaron, he would think that it's some type of, like, afterlife for him at first. And then there's, like, all the secrecy about how he doesn't want to reveal his name, so he picks the codename Xanafiedlion. Beyond the Grave explains the zombie condition that I showed off in game, like, earlier. This explains how he like turns blue under certain conditions, and then, like, how he's happily living in Aaron anyway. Yeah, and like I've been on and off reading and, like, watching things about ancient Egyptian culture and, like, lore for, like, years. So, like, I love the way they did things, and like it's not perfect, but I tried to stay as close to Egyptian lore as possible for his character. Like, I'm not Egyptian, and I'm not, I wasn't in ancient Egypt or anything like that, but I tried to capture it as closely as I could. Just from like what I know. And here's the actual, like, Aken's Sokar story. So he was always, like, a little bit taller than average. And yeah, here it explains his name, and it's the name of a mythical god in the Book of the Dead. And then, like, Sokar means someone efficient at making decisions, so that's why I picked those names, like, specifically. And I made sure to, like, put in the descriptions so I remember. And, like, this just sort of shows how Aken wanted to be a regular guy, and he acted like one to mostly spite his rich and entitled father, and it goes, like, all the way up until his, like, death. Or, well, not death necessarily, but how he had that, like, close-to-death experience on the battlefield. And, like, this is, like, when he meets Neo, right? Like, he saw a woman appear to guide him to Eren with long white hair, blue eyes, black dress. So that goes all the way up until, like, he entered Eren. And, like, what happened in his early days. I even have the parts about, like, how he's addicted to drinking coffee, but he has fights with, he has disagreements with Xanafied Cat because Xanafied Cat prefers tea. Yeah, and they're complete opposites on that one. Xanafied Neko's stance is that he's fine with either one. Xanafied Neko is kind of like the neutral party, where it's like he's so easygoing, he doesn't really care either way. Like, when did I write his backstory? When was this made? This was like back in, okay, this was modified in September of 2024, so I haven't edited this in like a really long time. So yeah, this is like really old stuff too. And like, here explains why he dresses the way he does, yeah, he wears like an Egyptian, he wears a fairly fancy Egyptian outfit with like gold attire or whatever, but he wears that in Eren because it's pretty much the only Egyptian looking clothing that he could find. And like, he doesn't wear it because he's trying to appear rich or of high status, he's just proud of where he comes from. And like, it has a different meaning in an unknown land like Eren. And then I also explain like a little bit about the like the cats and like his sister and like stuff like that too, and the way the rest of the family typically dressed. Yeah, quite the opposite. Like, he's proud to be Egyptian. He's proud to, like, be from where he is. He just didn't like his family that much in particular because of how entitled and, like, weird they were. And how they thought they were, like, better than a lot of other people. Like, what's the Sokar family again? And then, like, this explains, like, the Sokar family and, like, where they came from, too. Like, this explains how their family became rich and, like, how they went from just being kind of wealthy to, like, a royalty-type family. Because his sister, like, married, like, someone that was famous. And then it shows, like, how the, how, like, the Sokar family evolved and, like, what happened to them, like, after he left. And if they even missed him or not, like, after he left, too. Amunet always... The way I wrote Amunet was, like, she strived to be the perfect child. She wanted to, she wanted to give the family a good image, but at the same time, so she wanted to, like, make everyone happy, including... And she also wanted to, like, care for her brother, but at the same time be, like, on everyone's side, you know? Sort of like a neutral party to, like, everyone. Yeah, so, like, her story's, like, kind of complicated, whereas, like, Aken was written to be more of the rebel, right? Like, he was supposed to be the one that kind of wanted to live a normal life and had no problem butting heads with his father to, like, prove that point. So yeah, a lot of stuff written. I don't know if I can... I'd have to read it again, but I don't know if I can show off about Akebi. He's like the he's like the uncle, and like there are certain parts in this one that are written to be a little dark, so I'm not sure if I can comfortably open that one. But yeah, lots of lore drops. Oh yeah, it's like, gotta have a tragic story, right? Because that's how you make the characters and explain why they are the way they are. I think the true Xanafied cat's okay. This is more of, this more explains about the Xanafied trio and how they're all kind of connected by, like, they're all kind of connected by a symbiote-like, creature. And this explains like the whole Xanafied thing. Because it's like, as I tried to think of this, so this is a little different. I tried to think of this like from a player's perspective. When like I play Mabinogi, for example, when I play Mabinogi, for example, I'm not the character I'm playing, but I am directly influencing their actions and playing as them. And it's like, that's sort of what the real Xanafied cat is. He's linked to all the Xanafied characters, but he isn't directly these characters. They're all still different characters with their own level of free will and stuff like that. And the character mentioned here, Nezumiko, or however you want to say it, is that's my non-streaming character. Just to clarify that. And like I made her role in it, being in charge of like the three Xanafied ones. And like this also builds up to Unreal Cat too, because Unreal Cat's going to be the character that I make next when we move over to Unreal Engine. And like, yeah, that's the part about the keys. Yeah, and like that explains like how that unfolds. But here's the real lore drop right here. You wanna know who the real Xanafied cat is? Like, we don't know who he is, but guess what? He probably lives inside a YouTube channel. That one was more of a joke, but you know, like that's who that Xanafied cat is. Who knows about that guy, right? And here you can kind of see where I bully my other character, because it's like, so why did Xanafied cat do all this, you know? But like, yes, this means that like my main character literally failed to do what I hired her to do. She literally failed. We're blaming her for everything because she didn't prevent the whole 3 key situation. So I'm like, yeah, remember this. I'll always blame her for it because it's completely her fault that like this all happened. And then this is the next one. This explains the thing about the keys. I'll go ahead and get into that. Why not? We're already this far in, right? So like, this explains like the whole keys thing. So essentially Unreal Cat is supposed to be like a star of some kind from like another like galaxy or whatever that finds the world of Aaron and assumes the form of a Militian when he comes to Aaron. And like Xanafied Cat, Xanafiedlion, and Xanafied Neko serve as like keys to create a beacon to guide Unreal Cat to Aaron, essentially. Like the 3 of them use their powers to serve as ways to pierce through the soul stream barrier and contact whatever this creature is that becomes Unreal Cat. And like clearly it makes the most sense that Xanafiedlion is the key of Ra. He's like the sun key, he's necessary for like that part of it, and then like Xanafied Neko is more represents like the moon or whatever because he's such a carefree entity that is necessary but doesn't really interfere. And he's kind of neutral about everything, just sort of like the moon is. And then like Xanafied Cat is like the more down-to-earth one, where he has he has a very realistic perception to the point where he's a little bit hard to deal with, but he's realistic and fair. And like all three of these guys are necessary to like to play a role in all this. And in exchange for it, they also had their own interests for agreeing to serve as these keys as well. Like, they had small requests that were granted. In exchange for fulfilling that duty. Yeah, the Keys of Destiny was recent. I added that one, like, oh yeah, I modified this on June 3rd, so, like, of this year. So, like, this one wasn't too long ago. This was just a little bit before I started playing as Xanafiedlion, honestly. Here, I'll show how simple Xanafied is. Like, as you can see, I only have two things about Xanafied aside from, like, the keys and the true Xanafied cat thing, and that's his backstory and his likes and dislikes. And for Xanafied you can see how short it is. Right? It's like... He was just a paper boy that got hit by a car and paralyzed, and then, like... He was promised he could walk again if he moved to Erin, so he did. And then he just, you know, he's just a simple cat boy who's, like, really easygoing about everything. So, like, this guy is literally the simplest character I have ever made. He's not meant to be, like, super confrontational or super, you know, he's supposed to be the most neutral one out of the three, I think. And also, Xanafied and Xanafiedlion get along very well, even though they come from different times. I'll go into his likes and dislikes too. That one's not too long. Like, he likes reading, he likes soda, and like stuff like that. You know, he's just very basic. And, like, even though he's an elf and he can't become a Dark Knight himself, he like, always had interest in the Dark Knights because, like, Duncan's story about the Dark Knight and his friend being able to walk again, so she could walk again, like, he relates to that and would probably make the same choice if he could. So, like, he respects Xanafied Cat for, like, choosing to become a Dark Knight, and he doesn't, like, resent him for it or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, if he was a paper boy, you know, delivering, like, newspapers on a bike, you know, it makes sense that he would know a little bit about bikes, and he probably did that on his spare time, too. And, like, he doesn't mind most food, but he never liked vegetables. You know, he doesn't like ghosts very much, mostly not because he's afraid of them, but because they're just annoying to deal with. And he has a fear of heights. And, like, he also talks about, like, his view on paladins and stuff. It's like he doesn't mind the paladins, but he doesn't like how they hide a lot of stuff in E-Main, right? Like, they're not always honest about, like, everything that goes on. They'll use You know, they'll try and use like religion and stuff to cover some things up, and like he's not okay with that part. But he's perfectly fine with them standing for justice and like overall being a good organization that's like necessary for the world. I even have stuff for Unreal Cat prepped. I have like backstory for him. So he's like this was written a lot longer. Like the star who became a fake cat, wolf cat, what's the difference? So he accidentally picked wolf features instead of cat features because he mistook wolves for cats, or another form of cats rather. And like it talks about like his views on astrology and all that, and like how card reading was the only thing that he really had a difficult part adjusting to because that was a human invented thing and he's not originally human to begin with. And like the rebirth of Aaron, how he came in like after Unreal Engine and all that. There's also the bit where like my main character has never met him, but she's heard rumors and finds it funny that they look alike because Unreal Cat is gonna have purple hair, like much like my main character does. So like they're going to look a little bit similar, and like that's gonna be kind of the funny gimmick between the two of them. But yeah, this is the story of a lonely shooting star that becomes a cat imposter, trying to be accepted as a cat. So that's his story. I still have to do a likes and dislikes form. I haven't done that yet, but I will eventually. And here's Xanafied, here's the actual Xanafied cat, like the first one. Like he was an orphan, and he grew up in like the 1920s. So like a similar time to Xanafied Neko, but like, unlike Xanafied Neko, he wasn't common, he was literally an orphan. Hey, if you want to make if you want to make like some fanfic about like stories that are connected to the Xanafied cat stuff, I have no problem with it, you know, like whatever. I'd be perfectly okay with that. It's not really a problem. Like you want to make some cool stories about like other characters interacting with some of the Xanafied characters, that's 100% fine. And like Xanafied Cat is like very different, right? He takes things very seriously. Even when he moves to Aaron, he's not very open to change. He still, even though it's a new world, he still follows the same rules, and he doesn't openly accept becoming a Neko Sage at first. He doesn't openly accept having cat ears or tail, even though he grows to like cats and Aaron. So it shows like kind of how like his stubbornness to stick to the old ways like also weighs him down as a character, and how he needs to like evolve. And like how Aaron helped him do that. So Xanafied Cat's kind of the stubborn one, Xanafied Neko's the neutral one, and Xanafiedlion's the dreamer that's overly hopeful and like not down to earth. Like, he doesn't just represent Ra, the sun god, because the sun is, like, way out in space. Like, he's also kind of out there in like, space, like, imagining too much. Yeah, I have fun with that title. Because it's like, it's weird to him. Like, I mean, you think about it in the 1920s, 1930s, you think anyone had, like, cat ears or a tail back then? No way. Like, it was weird. And, like, you know, he thought it was weird, you know? He comes from a different time where that kind of thing just wasn't seen. And it's like how he grows to accept it and stuff. But like I've seen like some old school like British sitcoms and things like that, and like how some of them stuck to like a certain way of thinking and tradition that like made them like almost stubborn in a funny way. And I kind of wrote Xanafied Cat to be a little bit like that, where he's like stubborn to the point where it's almost hilarious. And then, yeah, he likes, his favorite things are definitely tea and scones, things that were popular back in his days. He likes old weaponry, and books, and, like, he believes in, like, proper etiquette and, like, things like that. And he likes cats and like fine dining. Unlike his teammates, he doesn't see the value in eating cheap unless he's on a mission and needs to be quick and efficient, so he goes to Bean Rua often, because it's kind of a fancy place. And like people like in the 1920s and stuff, 1930s, like the higher ups, you know, the upstairs people, you know, they like fine wine and stuff like that. So of course he has a natural interest in things like that, because he was like aiming to be a butler, so obviously he would have to know about like fine wines and what those kinds of people would like. And he dislikes people that, you know, pretend to be someone that they're not. He's not really a huge fan on religion, if they try and manipulate the vulnerable. He doesn't like people being lazy, and he prefers tea over coffee. But like part of the reason why Xanafied Cat is the way he is because of the way I designed his upbringing to be, is because the position that he was born into, he didn't really have the opportunity to act lazy. I mean, like, he had to work hard to get where he was every day. He didn't really have time to experience like just having fun, you know? He had to always be serious, always work hard. Because if he didn't, then like he'd be sleeping underneath a gutter or something. So like that's partly why he is like the way he is. And I've written a little bit of story on like my other character. Like Negumiko is like Nez's mother, basically, and this is a story about like her father. Not much is known about that. So lots of stories. Like similarities, so So Negumiko is actually like a character. So there was a Dragon Ball Online MMO, and like Negumiko is essentially from that. Like at least the Negumiko that I grew the most attachment to playing as, and like I've designed it so that Negumiko is like from Dragon Ball Online, a different world and a different MMO, and she like goes to Eren to protect her daughter Nezumiko, and like she ends up having to leave her there. So like they're very different in power and like responsibility. So like Saiyan and Militian, and like also this explains how Negumiko has lived so long, because in DBO you can actually gather the Dragon Balls and like wish for certain things, and like Negumiko purposely keeps gathering the Dragon Balls to extend her natural life, and that's how she's lived so long as like a Militian who can actually constantly rebirth. So I even have like a detailed like explanation on like how both of them are still alive despite despite like a Militian living hundreds if not thousands of years. Yeah, and Nezumiko entered Eren before she was born, actually. So like Nezumiko was born on Eren, but like she entered Eren before she was even like technically born. So Nezumiko could very well be like one of the youngest Militians in history. But she is still a Militian, technically. It just wasn't made official until like a certain point. So Nezumiko, she likes cats, ramen, fish, swords. That's one of the things she has in common with Negumiko. Like, they both like swords as their weapon. Yeah, I've always liked Port Cobb, so like, she was abandoned in like Tara, but she thinks that she'd prefer it if she was abandoned in Port Cobb instead of Tara once she went to Port Cobb. And she likes having gold because she grew up as essentially a street rat for a lot of her life, so she likes, well, it's not the most important thing to her. She likes having a lot of gold saved up, and like helping people out. She also likes deserts and stuff. And she also dislikes rocks because like people in Tara would throw like rocks at like street cats and stuff. Like people, you know, have like a history of like doing that sometimes, you know, the real mean people. And she doesn't like rats because she would sleep on like the streets of Tara, and like they would like either like they would bite her or they would try and steal like any food that she had when she was like on the streets of Tara. So yeah, I've written a lot of like story about like how this character was like raised essentially by cats for 5 years and like the struggles that came with it. And she tolerates water even though she gets seasick very easily, and she doesn't like water because, like, naturally she's a cat, so why would she? And she dislikes birds because they're loud when she's trying to sleep, but they make a good snack. And, like, cats like having the freedom to move, so she doesn't like narrow pathways, but she'll do it if she needs to. I mean, she'll do rafting if she has to do it, but, you know, like, again, like, it's not her preferred activity. You know? I think her backstory is light enough to show off. I wrote a huge paragraph for, like, her bloodline and how she's connected to Dragon Ball Online. So, like, this character, Naomi, she was an elf, actually. And, like, it explains how, like, it explains how Negumiko's father was from Dragon Ball Online, and her mother was this elf, and then, like, Negumiko was a Saiyan, so she naturally had to go back and do, like, Saiyan stuff on, like, a more dangerous world. Yeah, because, like, in DBO you play as, like, human Saiyans, sort of. In Dragon Ball Online you make your own, like, human Saiyan character. So, like, Negumiko is more Saiyan than human. Whereas in Nezumiko's case, she was just born an ordinary human. Like, because Nezumiko's father was presumably just an ordinary human, so there was a 50-50 chance that she would turn out, like, part Saiyan. And, like, she just didn't have what it took to be a Saiyan, so she obviously couldn't pass, like, a test that was set before her. And, like, that proved to Negumiko that she was too weak to go with her. So she was left in the streets of Tara and to fend for herself. Which is where I go into, like, Street Cat, where, like, she literally is a street cat. You know? Like, she had no money, no skills, and she basically just imitated street cats around her to get by. And that's, like, how she, like, that's how she survived, and why she acts like a cat all the time. So yeah, I'm basically pretty mean to this character, as you can see. I've made it, like, dramatic and very sad. Because, like, you do see in Tara, though, like, right? Like, Tara's a great city, but there are stray cats out there. You know? Not everyone's living in the castle. Oh yeah, and she definitely has, like, a lot of character growth, but, like, she comes from some pretty, like, some pretty hard times. But, like, you can always tell that, like, Negumiko cares about her as, like, a character, because it's, like, I do write, like, a story where, like, even though it's hard for her to return to Eren, she does, like, one time, and one time only to save her, and she's just like, it's gonna be the only time I help you out. After that, after this, you're on your own. So you can see that, like, she actually does care as a character, but, like, it's they have conflict on both ends. And they're not exactly separated by choice, but more of circumstance. Yeah, it explains why she is the way she is. Like, in Eren, she acts kind of foolish, she acts kind of energetic to hide, like, the scars her character is supposed to have. Because she never really wants anyone to feel as bad as she's had to feel. Right? Like, she wants to make everyone around her happy, but at the same time, she has, like, this, like, feeling that she's never good enough as a character to live up to Negumiko's legacy, what Negumiko expects of her. But she also doesn't realize at the same time that it's not her fault that, like, that's happened. So it's a really conflicting story of, like, separated by circumstance, not by choice, and a lot of misunderstanding because of bad communication. And then, like, I have, like, backstory about, like, Negumiko and how hard it is for her, too. It's, like, what she had to endure and, like, her perspective on it, too. Because, like, at the same time, she never asked to be born, like, a gifted Saiyan warrior with lots of power. And, like, it explains why she had to leave Eren and, like, what she went through in like DBO on her world, and like she's more of a prideful character. She's less goofy. She takes honor and duty as a warrior extremely seriously. Like, nothing's more important to Negumiko than that. Yeah, exactly. A true Saiyan. I mean, like, well, maybe less destructive. She has a different kind of honor than some of the Saiyans. You know, she's not just she's not just like a evil guy like Vegeta, right? She actually wants to protect people and do what's right. She's like more of Goku, but with, like, Vegeta's level of honor. So it just shows, like, what she went through, how she, like, got so emotionally closed, and why she doesn't emotionally open herself up that often as a character. And, like, what she thought of her daughter, like, with, like, the whole test and finding out that, unfortunately, it'd be too dangerous to bring someone like that, like an average human, to, like, where she was going. And then I also have, like, a little bit about, like, her training as, like, a Neko Sage in general. So this is, like, what she went through to become a Neko Sage, what she went through when she fought her doppelganger in Chen 10, when Negumiko could no longer watch her, and how those events happened, and how, like, she grew as a person afterwards. So, yeah. Deep dive on lore. But yeah, it also explains like why like how her greatest weakness is her greatest strength too, because since she never feels strong enough as a character, it basically means like she can never train herself hard enough, which in turn ironically isn't healthy, but it makes her limitations pretty much limitless. So yeah, I might expand on this stuff like more later or something, but this is what I have on like a lot of my characters for now. Just stuff that I've been slowly working on over the, I don't know, 2 years. I mean, like, some people think it's a little weird to make backstories, I mean, but I do it, you know? It's like, at least for the main characters that I play as, right? It's like, I want these characters to have, like, lives and, like, backstories and stuff. So I started putting some of them, like, some of them down, and, like, made notes on them. And, like, I basically more or less had the idea of what Nezumiko's backstory was going to be around 5 years before I started typing any of it out. Like, I already knew that, like, she was kind of going to be written like that for the most part. I had, like, 80-90% of, like, what I wanted in mind for her story, like, 5 or 6 years before I even started typing it. Yeah, it's just a way to make the story more engaging. To make the world of Aaron feel a little bit more real, you know? I mean, like, honestly, I've stopped playing her almost completely, right? Like, once I started streaming, I just sort of stopped playing on her character because she's not my streaming character. Most of the time I play Mabinogi, I stream. I do check in with her from time to time, but like she's way behind. Like she has like Elemental Knight, but she's not really deep into any of the other Arcana except for maybe Elemental Knight and Harmonic Saint. But I am thinking about like having like a small chibi PNG tuber of her done in case I ever want to like make more content with her, you know? If I ever want to like play as her character, catch up. So I might do something like that just so I can like play as that character on stream a little bit and just like kind of catch her up on like character progress. But yeah, at this time, there's like no real plans to bring her back. Honestly, I might not even play as her again until like Unreal comes out, if I'm being completely honest. Not that I really did that much on that character, like I'm gonna be completely real, I was AFK probably about 60% of the time I was playing as that character. I went through the story very slowly and barely did a thing. Yeah, I spent a lot of time AFK on that character, absolutely. And my friends were like, you want to do some story quests? I'll be like, nah, I'd rather take a nap. I'll do story later, like, what's it matter, right? Like, oh well. Yeah, AFK and Dunby or whatever, and then it's like, maybe like once every like 2 or 3 weeks I'd do some Dan tests or a Grandmaster mission or something, then I'd just AFK for like another week or so, then maybe I'd do like 2 or 3 story quests and then AFK more. I did not care at all when I was playing as that character, like I was just having fun, right? And then it's like, Obviously, I have to do a little bit more when I'm streaming, but like, that character was very, very inactive. And sometimes I was just, like, back then when Mabinogi was more social, I was just having fun with friends. Like, sometimes I was just hanging out, like, talking to people for hours. I definitely had 1 or 2 nights where, like, a friend that I hadn't seen in Mabinogi came on for, like, the first time in, like, a few months, and then we just spent, like, 5 hours, like, talking in Mabinogi. Not even really doing that much, just, you know, chatting, having a good time. Yeah, just like that character was more just living life in there, and more so than my streaming characters because they weren't like doing other stuff. They were just living life. I'm hoping the increased player population from Unreal will kind of make the game a little bit more social again. I think there are 2 problems with the social activity in Mabinogi. I think most MMOs have just become less social in general, and I also think our low population also has, like, partly to do with it. But I feel like if our numbers go up by, like, you know, a couple thousand players or something like that, the game will naturally become a little bit more social. But anyway, I think I'm done for today, so I'll be streaming Mabinogi tomorrow, and maybe in the future I might share even more Xanafiedlion lore. But that's a good coverage for today. So tomorrow we'll level up more, do a few more Dan tests, and maybe hopefully get to actually using some of those explosive Vanguard skills. That'll be like maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I have to level it up a little bit first.